I'm nervous on the surface, I look fine. My brain feels heavy, my traumatized mind. And I'm so tired, I can't feel my eyes. Whoa, whoa. I'm petty, but I know how to lie. I feel feelings that I can't describe. I'm not breathing, but I'm still alive. Whoa, whoa. But I think I'll be alright, 'cause I'm not giving up, I'm not giving up yet. I feel that it's my time, so I'ma give it everything. I'ma give it everything I got. So I'ma give it everything. I'ma give it everything I got. I'ma give it everything. I'ma give it everything I got. Hope. So many days have passed. I wait around for things to change, but change does not come fast. I'm asking all the questions, but then I question them. Like, what's the point of living, existing when you can't see your God in flesh? I'm looking for the answers, they say to pray instead. I think I'll find them one day, but with a helping hand. I know that it's not easy, but I believe I will. Yeah, I'll get over all my fears and really conquer everything. I think I'll be alright, 'cause I'm not giving up, I'm not giving up yet. I feel that it's my time, so I'ma give it everything. I'ma give it everything I got. So I'ma give it everything. I'ma give it everything I got. I'ma give it everything. I'ma give it everything I got.
Well, this one is a knocker. Step in on the dance and I just my dance. Everything's scattered. Right? Right?
Come cross.
Right now, man, active. Down with the game like a bandit. Me bring the flame like a matches. Test me now. Without the slackness, active style and pattern, that's a man there. Active. Active. One live like massive. Talking up and off the brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bump up like mash pit. When me step out, don't face get active. 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 Now, Clark's on the east side, bad bitch on east side. Big splits, chillin' on the beach side. Run things where you feel like. Cake big, have a carve out of peace line. Freestyle now, millions for each line. Too cool when I need ice in my beverage. Test this bigger, please find the exit. Right now, man, active. Gone with the game like a bandit. We bring the flame like a matches. Let's me know. But don't this slackness, active. Stand up and that's a man there. Active. Active. One live like massive. Talking up and have a brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bump up like mash pit. When we step out, all this get active. Active. Active.
everything you want, but you can't have. Number one regret, no take backs. The hole in your chest, that's payback. Payback, yeah, you better take that. You could call me selfish, you critical, I could take the blame. Just like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't want that. This might hurt, but that's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback. Don't say I didn't want ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. That's just karma. Go and play the part, play the victim. Throw a pity party with your demons. Blaming everybody and you're screaming, screaming. But I'm the one bleeding. You're the one that's selfish and critical, you could take the blame. Just like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't want that. This might hurt, that's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback. Don't say I didn't want ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. That's just
just need like a 5-minute warning so I can comb my hair and grab water.
calling me royalty.
I could be the one you talk to when you're feeling down. I could be the one you run to when the moon hits the ground. I can say what I'm feeling, but the words just don't come out. If you ever feel lonely, girl, just know I'll come around. 'Cause I've traveled so far just to get to where you are. And I know that you're broken, but that makes you who you are. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. I know what you're feeling, I see that look in your eyes. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. 'Cause what I've been dreaming is giving you my best. holding your hand, fighting for the things that we want. Be the rock you lean on, with you by my side. Baby, when we fall, together we'll rise. 'Cause I've traveled so far just to get to where you are. And I know that you're broken, but that makes you who you are. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. I know what you're feeling, I see that the look in your eyes. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. 'Cause what I've been dreaming is giving you my paradise. So pick up the pieces, so pick up the pieces, so pick up the pieces. So pick up the pieces, so pick up the pieces, so pick up the pieces. Show me you mean it tonight.
Monthly qualifiers back and underway here at the Arena Esports PUBG Mobile Invitational. I'm Time Delight. Joining alongside me here is Llama for all 5 PUBG Mobile maps today. Llama, I gotta say, we've had a decent long road to get here through the month of October, and now through the earlier stages of November as well. What are your thoughts as we introduce things?
I mean, we get to see another round, we get to see another monthly final, we get to see another team locked towards that grand finals as well, so that's going to be exciting. But I'm just thankful to be here. We just had Thanksgiving, so it's nice to be up at the desk with you, and we're going to see some teams we already saw this month, like you said, working their way to those later stages of that roadmap.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to all those who celebrate. For all of you who don't, happy 4th Thursday in November, or now Black Friday if you have Black Friday, or just random Friday once more. One thing I'm thankful for is Arena Esports, powered by Etisalat by EN. Massive shout out to them, basically making sure that we can do things here alongside our broadcast partner Playtonia and our strategic partner AD Gaming. They allow us to bring you these streams, and that's more than enough to be thankful for, to say the very least. Multiple different avenues through this PUBG Mobile Invitational and monthly and open qualifiers set 4 times over, then playoffs, then grand finals. We'll take a look at the roadmap down the line, but I'm just happy that we have the opportunity to bring these to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy. We get to see another chance for some of these teams. I mean, we talk about the roadmap. We'll talk about it a little bit later, but this is the 3rd chance for some of these teams possibly to make it towards that playoffs, make it towards that grand finals. And there is only one more month or chance kind of after this. So if you don't take advantage of this one, you're starting to run out of those opportunities. So it can be a little bit scary as we get towards the end. But we're going to be seeing a lot of those teams that really did work hard, but the stakes are going to be higher because it is final here today. You can't top 8. You can't just assistant. You have to play great.
If I am doing my recollection correctly, first place from this goes directly to grand finals, and 2nd through 9th goes to the playoff finals or playoffs at the end of the road. So technically, you have an extra small amount of a buffer. What is it, top 9 instead of top 8, and you move forward? But if you place first, free shot to grand finals, why waste that?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, right, is we've seen some of those teams be like, okay, in the past in those invitationals, you just have to make it towards that certain point where you're like, okay, I'm top half, we're fine, we made it to the monthly finals. But this one is big stakes, right? You don't want to have to play through those playoffs if you don't have to, even though there could be some money in the line. You want to lock that immediate spot towards those grand finals to not really have to work that super extra hard. So for one of those teams that is going to be playing the best, I think it's going to be exciting because we've had so many of those good teams, and it's always exciting to see that fight at the top to see what those teams can get to.
Yeah, it's also something to remember where we already have 2 teams that have birthed themselves in towards that grand finals at the end of the road. Team Falcons being one of them. I was not here to birth the
Right. Sorry about that. We're here still with the roadmap. We just got a look at the prize pool. A lot of prizing here today and a lot of prizing here for the entirety of the tournament. But the roadmap, we were mentioned earlier, we are here in monthly finals Q3. So there's the opportunity for teams to move on to the playoffs, move on to that grand finals. But like we were saying, like there is only one more month after this one if you're trying to qualify.
Yeah, I also was wrong. It's not 2 through 9, it is 2 through 5. We have 32 teams in playoffs. I thought all 32 of them came from monthly qualifiers. Turns out there is an LCQ I did not know about. I believe that was either recently announced or was brought up originally, and I just completely had it slip my mind. My bad. Last Chance Qualifier will send 16 teams to the playoffs alongside the other 16 teams, 4 from each of the monthly qualifiers. We'll send 4 more teams here or there, and you can see the grand finals at the end of the road. 16 teams, with 12 of them coming from the playoffs, and the number 1 seed from each of the 4 monthly qualifiers, including one today, heading towards that grand finals spot. You get to avoid a decent bit of G Mobile, which may be bad practice. However, does remove a heck of a lot of risk. Team Falcons White being there. I'm not going to lie to you, I do not know the logo for that second team. So I'm not going to speculate until I do all amount of research in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, not 100% sure. My memory is fading as well, but it's exciting. Like you said, it's kind of that different mindset. On one side, you get to avoid the practice. You love the practice going into playoffs, but there's also a chance
Kind of.
that those playoff lobbies are going to be tough. That you're just going to miss it entirely if you don't get in the top.
Nasser Esports.
Oh,
Uh, One quick opening of Wikipedia. Shout out Wikipedia for having quite literally every PUBG Mobile team that is playing the PUBG Mobile Global Championships listed on their page. And I could
okay.
just go, oh yeah, hey, where's that logo? Found the logo, hover, Nasser Esports. So shout out Wikipedia. Massive thanks to them for, making me sound smart at least. But I'm also questioning. We talked about the prize pool. Well, we tried to talk about the prize pool. Apparently, sound was not working. $1,500 separated between all the teams. I believe it's 500 for first, 250 for second, 150 for third, and then the rest of split in Arena Esports points, not physical cash. So keep that in mind. Just remember, there is still a heck of a lot of cash on the line, alongside playoffs and grand finals berth implications.
Yeah, there's so much on the line, and you talk about that 6th, 7th, you can earn some Arena Esports points, but you won't earn that spot off in playoffs if you're not in the top 5. And there is a big difference, like we said, between that first and maybe between third. That's like $200 of difference. That's a lot of difference for you to walk home with. Who doesn't like that extra money? So these teams definitely be
Yeah.
working hard over these 5 maps.
Yeah, and you also have to remember, at least looking from these teams' perspectives, we've seen this multiple times over, where magically one team will come from the ashes and do absolutely nothing the first 3 games of 4, and then in game 4 they just absolutely show up and place in the top 8. They don't have that same freedom this time around. You need much more consistent placements. You cannot just slow down for the entirety of this or for the earlier stages of this. It's just not going to work for you. It's plain and simple. We'll start things off on Erangel. We'll go to Miramar. Our only small map is Sandhawk for the day. That is our third map. We'll take a little bit of a break and then go to Miramar and Erangel once more. I gotta say, I'm looking forward to Sandhawk, but Miramar on nearly back-to-back occasions should be a fairly decent thrill as well.
Yeah, I really do like the schedule. I think sometimes that kind of small map there in the middle can throw some teams off, but you got to play consistent on every single one of them. And they all kind of have that different feel. Where Erangel is kind of that more neutral map. It has some highs and lows. It has some good buildings. It has some good loot as well. But Miramar is definitely a desert mountainous land that it's very tough. You got to focus on your rotations. And then teams will also be tested on that small map on, how closely they can play to these other teams, how, early they're going to be fighting. And then with those repeats there at the back half, it's always interesting to kind of see how teams change up their style.
Yeah, you're also looking at teams between games 1 and 2 and then 4 and 5, how they will either get more aggressive or completely play more passive. I see in my matchmaking games just something not similar whatsoever, where everybody just holds W on Miramar, and
Hmm.
I haven't seen somebody hold W on Erangel in 2 years. We'll take a look at our point system. First place gets 10 points, second gets 6, third gets 5, fourth is 4. It's the only one that matches up numbers wise. Fifth gets 3, sixth gets 2, seventh and eighth both get 1 singular point, and then ninth through 16th, that is the bottom half of the teams, will get 0 points. And as always, it is 1 elimination equals 1 point. So if you win and you get 10 kills, it's 20 points on the board. You are shooing yourself in for a very good showing. And you do that early, you have a much better scenario to kick things away in our 5 map series.
That is very, very true. Want to get that consistency, want to kind of equalize that balance of finding some placement points, finding some elimination points. But
Yeah.
unlike some other battle royales, there's a lot of points in those eliminations, especially. So if you're, eliminating a lot of people early, if you're finding those, there's a big difference though between first and second. So it's always that thought process
Yeah.
at the end of the ring. Do we take this fight? Is it worth maybe risking 4 points? So we'll have to see those, split second decisions as those games go down.
Yeah, it's always the similarities between, do I see teams go for points in terms of kills, see them play a little bit more patient in terms of placement. When it gets down to the top 3 or so, that's when you'll see that patience really start to come through. But if you're still in the top 4, 5, or 6, it's going to be a full team wipe is going to be worth more than placing 1 position higher or 2 positions higher. You're getting 4 kills and points instead of 1 placement or 2 placements and 2 points. It's the cause and effect, the opportunity cost. My mom's an economics teacher. She'd love me using that term right now. But I gotta say, I'm also wondering who is going in this one. We took a look at both the open qual and the invitational qualifier comings. Here's your team list. The notable ones from what I can see R8 Esports, the Regicide?
Yes.
Yeah, I was about to say something that was not that. That would have been bad. Clear Vision Esports, Ed Saints are the teams I'm looking for, along with Alpha 7 Esports.
Yeah, those are really some good names. I mean, got some good teams that I mean, again, qualified from both those invitational opportunities. Regicide has been here before. GK, I feel like both these teams have. We've seen them a lot in the previous months. They just haven't been able to get the job done here at the end of these monthly qualifiers. So any team has earned their spot, can possibly play well and earn a spot towards playoffs. But those are definitely the teams that I feel like have a better chance than some of these others. Maybe more practice, like we said. GK, it seems like light that we see them here every single month.
I'm also looking at some of these teams in comparison to the current list of PUBG Mobile Global Championship teams. Some similarities. I was talking about Alpha 7, keep them in mind. Also, Agon X I8 Esports. Keep an eye on them. Enigma Galaxy, who has already moved on to the playoffs. GK is here as well. That's a team that, if you are familiar with any other of the esports industries or ecosystems or really anything, they've been on the up and up alongside Team Falcons in the MENA region. Not so much in Rocket League, but they just placed top 8 at the Rainbow Six Siena Major. I went to that. Very fun and very entertaining team, even with an unfortunate requirement to have an extra sub, but that's neither here nor there. Completely different game, completely different ecosystem, and completely different team, even though it's under the same banner.
Right. Might be a different team, but like you said, they are a staple of the esports ecosystem, and they're looking to take possibly another win here today. But like we
Yep.
said, for GK, you got to get the job done. It's not as easy as just getting top 8, which they have done consistently. They have to
Yeah.
play extraordinary to get in that top 5. It'd be awesome for them to, get their spot not only in playoffs, but to get that grand finals win, because again, if you can avoid those playoffs, it's so nice. Or even that last chance qualifier, which is going to be really fun to watch, seeing the teams get very hungry for those final spots.
We've seen GK on the outside of everything more often than not here and in PUBG Mobile Global Championship. I've been taking a look at some of the results around the board for the PGMGCC. That's the abbreviation I'm supposed to use. Good job, Nate. Looking at least the most recent qualifier out of the Middle East and North Africa region, or Middle East and Africa region, Nasser Esports, one of the teams that is currently sitting in the grand finals, placed 3rd in that region. Enigma Galaxy and R8 placed 6th and 5th, respectively. Falcons White, another team in our grand finals, was actually 7th in that. That was fairly recent, I'll remind you. And GK ended up finishing 12th of those 16 teams. The teams that finished below them were Vision, Clear Vision, Twisted Minds, and the World of Battle, all of whom we have seen in prior Arena Esports PUBG Mobile Invitational and Open Qualifier events. So, some teams that are familiar faces, and GK here once more. This time they need to lock in. I don't know if they're going to have another shot if we make it to our last monthly qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, they need to get it done here. I mean, there's no real more chances other than that final month, so you really do have to get it done. But for some of those other teams, I mean, some of the teams that maybe didn't qualify to that invitational, but rather for that open qualifier, this is your chance to maybe make a name for yourself, get some good practice in some great lobbies, and then say, okay, so what? You've been here 3 times. As long as we have a good, consistent day, we could be the ones making it to playoffs, and you could be the one waiting until the next month.
We are just a couple games away from sending a few teams to those playoffs and one team to the grand finals. Again, format reminder. First place team gets a direct bid to grand finals of all of it. 16 teams will be the only 16 grand finals, including from each of our monthly qualifiers. And you have to remember, 2 through 5 then get the 4 spots of 4 monthly qualifier to go to the playoffs. The other 16 of those 30 will be filled in the LCQ teams at the end of this. At the end of January, there's the LCQ, and then beginning of February / middle of February is when we run the playoffs and then grand finals. So, heck of a lot on the line to understate, I believe, what is the obvious, but still important for some of these teams to lock in, because I think we've said multiple times over, oh yeah, you have so many more chances, there's still some time if you don't make it here. Not so much the case anymore. You got one more shot, and if you had one shot, one opportunity to seize anything you ever wanted in one more 5 maps, would you capture it, or would you just let it slip?
Oh man, I No comment. No comment on that, but the hope is that they can, like you said, only one more month for these teams to try and take that opportunity to the best of their possibility. And like we said, that money as well is just an extra nice little sum for yourself to take home if you could take that first place.
Yeah.
$500 split amongst the team. And it's really exciting because in PUBG especially, we see some different esports here at Arena Esports as well, especially Free Fire, that like you can res your teammates. In PUBG, no, if one of them goes down, if one of them gets eliminated, there's no more resing. So I'm excited to see those kind of early contests, these teams trying to take their spaces. There's POIs, but you have your hands up like you're shocked.
I vote we add Arena Esports Fortnite.
Oh, yes.
Reboot Vans.
Yes.
OG Fortnite. I wouldn't hate myself while watching it.
What
I
about
feel like that would
Apex?
be a blast. Honestly, I love watching Apex, so I'm down.
Okay. Good.
Can we just do Arena Esports Battle Royales? I
all
want
of
to
them.
see more regular PUBG events because there's PUBG Mobile here, but we don't have like normal PUBG. I don't just PUBG. I don't play PUBG Mobile. I play regular PUBG because I don't have the phone to log in. I got the iPhone 15 or no, iPhone 12.
Ooh. Okay.
No, I wish I had the iPhone 15. That's next on the to-do list. Get a new iPhone.
Get a new phone. Get a new upgrade there. But yeah, let's do Arena Esports, all esports. Let's just expand to every single one. We can get all the other mobile games and get like Brawl Stars, Clash Royale, Clash of Clans, whatever.
Every
we
day
can
of
get
the week
everything.
we have either an invitational qualifier or a monthly qualifier.
Yes. Be
That'd
good.
be a crowded schedule though.
Be awesome though. I mean,
That's
come
so
on.
true. I'll talk to the higher ups. I have some contacts.
Call them up.
Some contacts.
Call them up. I don't have the contacts, so definitely need you to reach out to them and talk to it. But all these teams trying to become the higher up team here today, trying to win this first game. I think it's going to be exciting. You talked about a little bit of the differences earlier on this map. I mean, what are teams going to be looking for rotational wise to start out this first game?
It really comes down to that opening zone. Very rarely will you see teams go to the military base anymore. I was casting a collegiate event about a couple weeks ago for some league in North America. And we looked at teams on this circuit and said very few or very rarely will you see them try to go any further south than Milta or Ferry Pier. Occasionally you'll see a team try to do that. Occasionally they'll get lucky and you'll see them start to bridge camp. If you see teams start to pull that off, or at least try to pull that off, then team numbers will start to whittle themselves down quicker than usual. You'll also see some teams completely avoid the bridges or single avenues of rotations and just go for boats because sometimes it's safer.
It really is. Sometimes those boats really can be safer, and sometimes teams do camp those bridges because, like you said, they are that kind of one way, one kind of a real rotation that if you get stuck on them can be tough. And I really do want to see you guys out there in the YouTube chat shouting out your teams, seeing who you want to win as the favorite here today. I know we got a lot of supporters out there across all the different channels. And as a reminder, we don't have the English broadcast, or we don't also have the, we don't only have the English broadcast. English is hard, of course, but we have those other languages if English is your main language.
I gotta say, I think Arabic is the most... Actually, I don't know what's more difficult. I really haven't had any experience trying to learn Hindi or Urdu.
Yeah.
But I feel like Arabic, of the 4 languages I believe we broadcast in, would be the most difficult to learn.
Okay.
I could not learn the alphabet. That's the most difficult part for me. Have you ever tried to learn like another language without the Roman alphabet?
I have not. I tried Spanish and I failed horribly, so.
You should try Mandarin.
Okay.
I feel like that would go so much better.
Maybe. Maybe not. I told you you're supposed to learn like languages at a young age, so it's easier for your brain to absorb, but I don't know, maybe I'm too old. But Duolingo might come in clutch. Who knows?
That's one thing I always regretted doing when I wasn't like 5. Trying to learn Mandarin or something.
Learn 5 languages.
Some really obscure language.
There you go. Latin.
That's just useless. You're gonna find
Obscure,
9
though.
people when I eventually... Yeah, but like obscure, I'm talking like Eastern European, where if you go there and you can speak the language, it's very useful. But if you don't, then it's just not going to be needed. Or you can randomly find somebody who's talking to you on the train, figuring out, oh yeah, what are they saying? Speaking of what are they saying, we're going into the game. segue of all time on that one. We also have a very nice plane. Military base now in the conversation. My favorite conversation. Who goes to the military base? Vegas odds says only one team will do so. The remainder are probably going to go Ferry Pier, Quarry, Pachinki. Probably one going to go Farm, if I had to guess. But yes, somebody's going military base. 2 teams are going military base. Maybe 3? Oh, it's my lucky day.
2, maybe 3. Yeah, that's going to be exciting, especially if they do fight early off of the drop. But like you said, we do get a pretty good flight path for our first game here on Erangel. And it means that teams can land pretty much wherever they do decide to choose here. But with military base being the first thing in the flight path, it also means that's where we could be looking for some of those first fights. Like we said, those contests could be absolutely huge, not only because there's those early points involved, but as well, you're talking about this map is going to be one of the repeated maps there, Light. So, you have that consistency later on through the day.
Yeah, the conversation is, where do teams go on the military? I have a lot of options. You can go to some of these exterior building compounds like we're seeing right now here for Sulke. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens for most of these teams, and if only one of them probably goes to the center of the military base. So just keep that in mind down the line, even though there are multiple teams, 1, maybe 2, if not a third, but I think the third one, Ferry Pier, they kind of debated us. That's not going to be the most consistent thing where we will see fighting every 20, 30 seconds. What is that gun that Sulke has equipped? The PP Bison is the primary right now. What is in their back pocket?
It's an LMG, I think. Can't tell.
Oh no, it's the QBZ.
Oh, okay.
Is it? It looks like it, but it
think
doesn't
so.
look like.
It's not.
I really wish
They
I knew what
just
that gun. Hold on, I'm doing something. Give me a second.
They dropped it. They dropped it anyways. They said we don't want it. Trading it off for the AR. So will be interesting to see also what the loadouts these players do pick up, because the players run their guns for those combat. But if you're stuck area, especially on the map, we'll talk without that longer range, you can just get poked and prodded. Kind of recourse to FLUX. So we'll see how they do. FLUX Esports is who we're going to be on to the game. And they are just looting up, making sure they get their armor everything towards that par. And there goes as well for those resorts.
Oh, it's the MK12. It looks like the QBU, but it's a mixture between the QBU at the front stand and 16A4. So, there's your little tidbit of the day. I was like, was that a new addition? It is football. So, there's your things you learn once, maybe every other day. Alright, one of these up here towards military base, but teams I was talking about earlier, A7 is here on the Georgia Pole Apartments. This is the north side of the Georgia Pole Bay, northwest of the map overall. And Alpha 7 wanted to keep an eye on the team in the qualifiers for the Global Championship, currently participating in a team to keep an eye on overall, but already losing a player. Not greatest of starts, to say the very least. They're down to 3 in the early stages, and we've already lost a team, unless we started with one less. Did we already lose a team?
I think we lost a team. I'm not sure. Or maybe something happened to them and I just did not see. But like you mentioned, for kids, that's huge, not only as a confidence booster for them to say, okay, we're taking on one of the best in this lobby. We're also solidifying our drop a little bit more, solidifying our team fight, and making sure we keep those players alive here. Just to see where they go from here, because it does look like that other squad doesn't really keep pushing in further because they don't lose any more members, which I think is pretty smart.
Yeah, I can't really blame them on that one. Lost one. Disengage. Else. Fight to live another day, or don't fight to live another day in this instance. Regicide currently occupying north side of the Snovka Bay, or the main channel to go through. I really wish we named that room came out, because it'd be so much more useful to really address things. We're over towards Farm and the west side of Milton. 2 impactful going on. We have lost a member of something to keep B2 Agon even further northeast. And if I'm reading the zone correctly, it's the northwest zone. So Georgia Pole very much in, and Mansion and Milta.
Yeah, kind of a zone pull to start to see where it does evolve to start at that stage closing. But mention just talking about that, they've been a squad that feel like you mentioned teams that get hot. They're that squad that they feel at the back three games, they're always finding those wins while everybody's playing safe. They're getting let. I think every time I talk about them, they are again one of those teams that is so close yet so far. They get those 6th or 7s. They've been so close to playoffs, but maybe here on this map, number 1 could start a good day for them.
Hey, momentum is always a station. The more confident you are in some of your gunfights, even at a where chance does sometimes come into play. Sometimes the better off you will end up being. Aminz is currently occupying the north side of Georgia. They were here with A7 and K21 as run for the hill, not participating in this one anymore, and understandable. However, still another team to deal with. Gets deaths across the board. It seems like we lost was around Rozhawk to GEEKAY. Unfortunate, as it seems like Empire first team fall. Chat for our comrades, but the northwest side of the map fairly well. Aminz, K21 are all up there. Alpha 7 even further west. I was talking about this northwest-ish zone. It is first zone, like large, so I can't even call it west yet. But it's closer to the northwest than it is anything else, so I'm going to call it that for the time being.
Very true. It did cut out military base as well, so we'll see how those teams down the rotation. It's not super far, so like you said, it is just that ring number 1. Have towards it as soon as you can, but there's also, not too much damage if you do sit inside of it. So if you want to take off one of these later ones, especially for Aminz Esports, who's looking towards that K21 squad, had heard some of that noise early. We'll see how this roof camp goes. Showing that information and playing off it already has some good helmet and armor as well, so don't really need to go loot for anything else. So just watching for some information, grabbing some for their team, but being a little bit separated, so be careful. And GEEKAY here, they are already on 4 eliminations.
Yeah, that was that open team kill on 2. Importantly, I was gonna say Hope is dead, but Hope was actually in a car. Gravestone next to their name. It was just they're driving, they're not deceased. There's a difference, even though both adjectives start with D. However, we are still looking at some fairly points across the map. As of right, just south, I believe, in Sanaya of the map side or northeast. I think this is for some of these teams just to lock in and maybe bunker down. They don't have to play as I think. These are fairly safe positions, as is Ruins. As we go towards they've moved a little bit further east, away from the more important hospital, away from Georgia Pole. They don't want to contend all that much with the 3 or 4 teams that were over there. They're hanging around the map. I like it. I'm a fan of this position. The Pagani that Marth has. Hello, cool car. That's a dream car.
That is a beautiful car. It's a beautiful spot for the teammate as well, because they're gathering a lot of information, like playing along that ridge side with that safe escape. Find any trouble there, but like you mentioned as well, a lot of teams trying to bunker early into these buildings, trying to predict where that ring is going to land, and in a really good ring pool and have one of those 2-floor buildings, especially, you can start to poke and prod other teams that are rotating in a little bit later. And that G suddenly turns in your favor. Talking about right now, Agon, though, there's still a rotation kind of outside of Ruins. GEEKAY is around the so see if they can use some of that information. Doesn't look like it is out here making the road through that storm, so we'll have to see how quickly they can get in.
Yeah, they're really far out, but again, we've said it a couple times. Stage 1 is just fully in stage 2 now on there, but you're a lot of damage. It's still towards it's not too far away from it anyway. Just a short drive. Make sure you're safe. Taking more zone damage rather than we're speeding through. Not like you're gonna get a speeding fine, but you may get shot. I think that's much worse.
Yeah, that is a plus, and like a little bit earlier, that driving at a cease to mind themselves. One thing there, right outside of Ruins. So you're like a couple squads to those cars, although they are nice rotation, like you said. Not only can you get shot in them, but they do make a lot of noise. So some of these team rotations are going to get heard out by the others. Possible fight might be ensuing, and just some shots, and then back to their car.
You see, they're currently contending with R8 for 2, we'll say. It's tucked into the corner. It's like a garage there for I, but nothing really to write home about. This position right now for Agon is very good. They still have a couple buildings to work with. They can rotate around their team if they need to, and they have a lot of cars as well. This is a beneficial position. Not so much for 41 or 141, my apologies. This becomes a problem. 3 or 4 players around you, and you not be all that aware of it. You don't get out of here safely, and or you on thinking you're safe, and you just give yourself up to 2 or 3 different players, all of them sitting inside the zone alongside you, or more than likely one down already onto Syria will be picked up safely. But problem starting to develop for 141, get out of Dodge safely.
Yeah, I mean, it can really start to be a problem here soon, and especially like we said, the first doesn't hurt as you just sit in it for potentially, it's just going to drain down every single med you have, and really late with no meds, you really want to play it on a positive position here, and you're already a trade coming through the kind of first team fight we've actually seen here today, and it's just a clean up for them, like you said, just split up and don't have the meds, so these building spots are going to be so huge, but as well, you have to be careful because it's starting to be you don't really have 2 meds, you got to get going here soon.
One scene inside just popped a will not die to the zone. However, JD will fall to it, or this is becoming up in 41 if it wasn't already. This has been seen. Remember, they've been downed once. They were faster down. Adding this very well lined up nade land. That may very well spell their death once more. That one it will still land inside. Nice throw, but not one that is consequential by any means. Still trying to get that res off, but they're doing so in these separate players. Shotgun out if they need it, but it doesn't seem like it's going now. 2 players down on the floor for G, and it's a more good scenario for them to finish off with. You'll see the finish up to both players, and it's a 1 versus 4 for Sirius, who away. It's a nice one. M4 looking for a second. We'll find that as well. This now becomes a 1 versus 1, but they're on such speed. Sirius with the end up finishing off that first and second they've downed, and they there's currently a res going on inside, and you were talking about it. Your meds are gone, and he dies to these things. At least you don't give over. The problem is you still died.
Die in the end, unable to get out of that zone, not a fast enough rotation, and SC are going to be absolutely rewarded for that fight. 3 eliminations. I don't think they're going to find too many meds on those boxes, though, so they are going to have to get going very, very soon. They've already lost a player off of that fight. It would really sting to lose another player out here in this zone.
And you are 3 kilometers away. You can see the top right, that little meterage mark, 1,600 kilometers away from the zone. That's a decent margin and a decent drive. You can see they are not even zoomed in how far away. They, for context, they are as far east as the Rozhawk name you can see. They're another 2 kilometers of that. So keep that in mind as push comes to shove down the line. And on Georgia Pole this time, or crates on this bay, rather than still taking one another and R8. R8, the of the 2 in terms of finishing as of right now. I say that, well, Marth very shots to the face. They'll have to use some of the bandages they've saved. The best scenario, but they'll be full HP.
Should be able to heal those on up. Gotta watch for those long range angles. Like some of those teams, again, taking them, that's going to be more important as we talk about our next map. But good, and for Arena Esports, they smell some danger. It looks like they might have already downed 1 player. They got the nades ready to go, and it's going to be a double. Holy perfect there. SK Ton down, and what a perfect the fight, transitioning it into a double here. Should be able to hit these finishes, then what a nade.
Knew SK Ton had found one earlier because they were sprinting down a player that was downed.
Yeah.
But the fact that you remember where it was inside the maze of crates, it's so difficult to find your position, and you're able to time a nade around while cooking it before, insane to be able to find that kill. Prestige using just creating a pseudo wall across the of these. There's not a help to be said here for clear vision. If I'm seeing this right, yeah, it is just Ghost 22 in a 1 versus 4. Nade cooked is what, 20 damage, but nothing to write. If they can find even 1 kill, it is a positive, but doesn't all that. Like, utility is more than here and abundant for this R8 squad, and it seems like there's a advantage of it. If Ghost, even if it'll be a mirror off.
Yeah, the nades are perfect. And, I mean, only one player left as well. You have to assume. I mean, the nades take him down to half down to probably a 1 bullet here, and Starter played absolutely perfectly. So good stuff from R8 here. They clear it with utility, get 3, and what a clean fight for them. That's another team eliminated as well as they get closer and closer to those placement points.
12 teams. Remember, top 8 get placement points. 7th and 8th it increases by 1 point per team. Second until first place gets 10. So those placement points get to that junction. We were talking about of Georgia poll around the apartments. Aminz basically just moved meters, and that's about all. Game decided it was not all that in our best interest, we'll say. They didn't again the zone pulling towards them. I said it was a northwest zone. I just up rather than good at get, and the zone's northwest. I'm happy with my original assumption. It's the northwest zone.
All right. Northwest zone does make it exciting. We also have some exciting fights going on up here between a VTR, who just lost Glitch, it looks like, here, trying to fight on this mountainside, which it seemed to be good. It was a good kind of high ground position, but now they are stuck between a rock and a zone closing with them. So we'll have to see if they have some of those vehicles if they want to try and really, but it was definitely make a lot, especially once those teams start closing on in, and you can go very, very quickly. A lot of teams, though, are bunkering down, like we said before, in some of these trying to coexist amongst each other, but also try and find that just cover that you can sit in for a little bit of time.
Yeah, but I only see 2 SBG, and I remember seeing 3 of them when we. Now I'm like 95% sure they lost a player on that rotation. I was talking about the speed coming back to bite you, driving and deceased. A correlating code of the day. Unfortunate for SPG, there too. We're also seeing R currently with the odd, and as of right now, it doesn't look all that better overall. KR all the way on northwest side, northeast side, and they're currently in a fairly heated battle and forth between those two squads. Each of them finding down there and now getting into conversation.
Yeah, lots of teams in the
so
area. Yeah, everybody. Literally, just this fight, nobody letting them rotate in. I think this is huge from GEEKAY and pick up some extra elimination points. We talked about this squad that had already had from that early fight, so anything they can take some great extra points for them leading in towards this stage for closing, and you can see it so many right now. And this is what you talked about, what teams don't usually want to do, is rotate through that bridge. Speak one way, there is no going back. You just have to send it forward.
Yeah, I was thinking originally the base bridges, but it turns out the Georgia bridge turns out to be an important case as well for teams. You have 3 or 4 teams with an angle onto this bridge. Important if you want to see anybody V for Vengeance getting out of here alive. They are early as they were between so many teams, and the team is gone. FF has lots left over, so they are again between, we'll say, a rock, a hard place, and one singular player. Our conversation earlier alongside Aegon, and Aegon just found a down on R8 as they've moved away to pull crates. But it still seems to be a little bit more of a chaotic scenario for a long, because the apartment keep many alive in than they would otherwise. It's like more apartments will still be in the zone towards the east side of the North Apps.
Yeah, there will still be many buildings in here inside of this next zone, so for some of these teams, a lot of safety and cover right now for V for Vendetta. Not gonna be really anything. They're still gonna have to rotate outside of this bridge and this kind of zone that is not going to favor them in any way. I want to see where Alpha 7 goes, because they are missing a player. Those 4 eliminations, but are down one of their own. So we'll see how they decide to take it. Right now, Aminz is holding one of those buildings that is in this next zone, but was still so much, like we said. I don't even think we're going to top 8 just yet with so many of them left in.
No, the ball again was K. Since then, we have lost very little. It played point. Nice stretch aside, but they will get down towards the beat as Roshan unfortunately gets down. And they off. by Alpha 7. Gain 1 point on that one. They're up to 5 on the game. It's a little total for them already to kick things away and starting to whittle down on the numbers remaining. Swimming marathon looking to be run by that V for Vendetta squad. They are in the waters like they have been seen over viewed, and they will hit a nosedive. You can see how quickly they dipped into that bay.
They do not want to get shot, and that is a good way to do it. Unfortunately, now that they are seen, I feel like everybody is going to look at them, including Alpha, who just is easy elimination, pretty up to those 5. I mean, you're down a position really well. There's another good spray. Just kind of pelting, not letting the team in for free, but they do have to be a little bit careful. I'm not sure Alpha 7 is in this next zone. They only have to move like one building over to the left, but it's still a movement they need to make at some point.
And they have to do that while Vendetta is getting onto this beach. Decent bit of damage done forward. That spray not just yet. You have to pick your, let's say, ammo as of right now. Down comes through. Aegon found where we were talking earlier, that Fire FLUX squad. FF has taken out into place. GEEKAY is being in, and finding the kills they were looking for. GEEKAY 9th. No placement points. Only 4 kill points they found earlier. That is all they'll walk away with first game.
That is very surprising. Like we said, squad that seems to always be there, but sometimes just fall a little bit short. V for Vendetta, their rotation did cost them, it looks like, possibly 2 members and 1 already fully dusted here. Just trying to take down Yusuf on that edge. They will, so it's down to 1 V for Vendetta. Looks like they have a boat out in the water, which is actually relatively safe right now because all these squads fighting for the buildings are looking at each other.
The benefit is you're sitting behind the boat. The problem is that boat is still very much in the view of a lot of these squads. Yes. SBG is down to just 1. They've lost another player in the interim. And this problem is now starting to develop for a lot of these teams. R8 has been taking full control of this fairly beneficial position for them to hold down. They have vertical angles. They have at least some coverage to write home about. Have all that much zone control. And that's where this starts to become a problem when this zone closes once more.
It will be a problem for them in a little bit, but at the same time, they have no side to worry. Like, they're going to have to rotate into another team. They kind of look forward and look in direction here. So, excited to see how they do. Line 8 teams left to make that 7 as takes down SBG. Perfect one there, and some crazy Kobe's all right.
Yes, 7 for A7. I honestly thought it was a self-nade. I thought he was going suicide by not the case, and I was really hoping for it. I was talking earlier. Still becoming apart. However, is this ridge at this point? VTL alive, albeit barely, but alive nonetheless, and kicking for some kills. Are up to 6, 7, 8 kills. Well, I promise I know how to do math without having fingers, but can survive on the outside. This seems like it's all that likely as yet another nade lands.
Another nade, another down. We'll see how R8 again handle this ridge line. They're trying to send a player over into that V for Vendetta final member, but at the same time, have to be so careful here. A lot of those teams that be trying to look forward, it looks like, just waiting, hiding those close angles. We'll see the player first, and I think they're just gonna they hugging? What are they doing?
So it is currently exploded. So it's currently you cannot use your guns while sitting in the water. So they're basically sitting next to one another, giving each other information, and they can't do anything about it. This is the most passive play from both of them. That swim over was the most useless.
Yeah, definitely was. And I'm surprised their teammates didn't just snipe that final play, but that V for Vendetta might be picking up some extra placement points as some of these teams fight for these buildings late in the stage. What the NATO is Alpha 7 going to lose their first player off of that rotation. We'll see if they can maybe hit a res, but in an awkward spot, they're just going to roll back, get behind this tree for some coverage and lob some smoke grenades, but 7 is down to 1 player now.
No, 2. Thios is somewhere. I are currently actually in front of them. It's behind them. However, they're still sticking with 2 Carroll dying earlier was not the greatest of scenarios, but R8 still not being dispatched actually occupied the water much more than I was probably expecting. Skeleton being shot through that same water. The leg shots bring him down to 1 HP. One shot's all that required, and it's Aminz who finds the shot that was required. I don't know if Skeleton will survive if they're both dropped in front of him. They may be able to be rezzed if they're not seen on the other side of it, but while being down, they have to get to the beach. And it's like no beach safe.
Nothing is safe here, especially keep on closing on through Aegon. Dominations in this game, but they're only down to one player alive, one player in that dead out state, and another fantastic grenade here comes on through. Is able to take another round, and although they don't have the most eliminations in the world, they're in the top 5. They're in a good spot. Alpha 7 cannot seem as they are down to one member, but they are fighting, they are kicking, they are playing for every single elimination they can.
The finish onto Heal, who's close around this corner. Heal's going to try to avoid one. Will be finished. The question is by who, and it seems like Aminz. It does not look like Alpha 7 found that finish. As of right now, it's a 1v2, v4, v3. With R8 having the 3 on the outside, and the 1 is quickly dispatched of VTR picking up that kill. But up yet another ridge lurk around, and they actually have the better position because they will not have to rotate out in the open for the next little bit, considering the zone movement. Aminz, they have a smoke wall, but that's not a full wall. They don't have the most beneficial scenario. Newly will be finished off by R8, and this game seems to be going R8's every day of the week. Another nade lands down in the above grenades from distance, and a third will send this home. VTR, Aminz early, finish him off, and pick up the game 1 winner chicken dinner on Erangel.
Get it. They're just playing that ridgeline absolutely perfectly. Like we said, not having to rotate with the else, not having to fight anybody else. They only lost that one member to the long range shot, and they just cleaned it up at the end of the day. Some great end us out as well. And R8, they are going to be looking really healthy after our first match.
One really going their way, and they picked up a heck of a lot of kills. When they were still in that original ridgeline all the way over towards the opening of the canal, they had 8 kills. Pick that up with some kills onto VTR. I think they found the earlier finish prior on the boat. They're probably looking at 10, 11, 12, if not more than that to close things out. Really good showing for them in game number 1. One of the teams I was looking for, considering their results elsewhere in the PGCC, and you can see exactly why. Massive step up to kick things away early, and more importantly, you have to say credit where credit is due across the board. VFORVENDETTA picked up some very important placement points they would not have gotten otherwise by playing that shredding wall, which I did not think was going to be on my bingo card today, and understandably was not. And Aminz basically not leaving the same 5-6 apartments for the entire game, and they placed top 2.
Yeah. They buildings. They did exactly the great job, and I mean, like you said, they didn't get the most elimination points in the world, but that's just a good, consistent game, and that's what some of these teams coming from that open qualifier, especially, it's good to get your footing, good to get those placement points first, and then in those back kind of 4 or 3 games, okay, now that we have that little bit of safety net, we can get a little bit more aggressive.
I'm also looking at their final kill total was, because I think they were sneaky team in terms of how many frags they picked up. They were able to shut down a few on rotations. They found some pretty nice nades we saw in the kill feed multiple times over. That's my favorite thing about PUBG Mobile. They're on a screen, and they can still see and land better nades than most PUBG pros on mouse and keyboard can. It's magic, to say the very least. Here's the start of R8's dominance. We'll see the finish later on. That opening nade from Skeleton was just great to knock down clear vision, and then R8 just basically swamped the rest of the team.
Yeah, they kind of just played it really well, 4v1 to finish it out, and their dominance was pretty unmatched. I mean, for Alpha 7, they did a good job of just posturing from their position, posturing from that second floor window, and taking some kills onto Vendetta, but at the same time, they really did get stuck. A lot of these teams that were in the buildings were just running into each other, running into another team, and that's not exactly what you want to do. This was pretty nice, at least, from VTR to jump over there, get that final elimination, and trade at least back, but a lot of teams had to battle towards the end, and R8 again just didn't have to fight anyone but looking forward. They were just playing for themselves and didn't have to check their back at all.
Yeah, SBG really locking in the earlier stages, but having difficulties when it came down to just two or one members of their team. You're also looking at them having more rotation, going through basically the middle of everything into the center of the Georgia Pole Apartments. They had to rotate through probably 7 teams with just 12 or 13 alive. Not the greatest of scenarios, to say the overall, decent finish for them. Should have and maybe could have been more, but nothing really their fault. Grenaded, they were out of position, and no fault of their own because they didn't have the manpower to contend for better positioning. Alpha 7 played good position. Aminz played amazing game, and the best part, they barely moved. I love it.
They didn't have to do any work. They picked the building and sat in it for the entirety of the game. It's what you like, especially for consistency and patience, because we talked about it. There's going to be some maps here, especially this next one, where you're going to have to sit patient. You're going to have to try and play those high ground positions. As well, for some of these teams as well, you talk about R8. I mean, every champion that we send towards those grand finals be over that 70-ish point marker. So to get over 20, maybe 25 points here in this first game, good start.
You're, what, a third of the way there, 1/5 of the games. In terms of the fractions, you're looking pretty good. We'll take a look at our scoreboard, figure out how the point total is dispersed. 14 kills for R8. With the final 6 teams, they picked up 6 kills. Really good showing. VTR picked up 7 frags, placing 3rd. Alpha 7, the same number, placing 4th. And I gotta say, Aminz, I was hoping for more kills. I thought they found more. I was mistaken. Only 9 total points on a 2nd place finish.
Yeah, not the most points in the world, but you still give them a lot of credit. Again, I think they are one of those qualifier teams who are, again, just to find their footing. So at least it is a consistent. You will need a little bit more in these future rounds, but you're in the 5 right now. That is what is important. If it were to end right now, I know we have 4 more games, but GK wouldn't make it. If we were to end right here, right now, and it is important that we have those tiebreakers in place.
Yeah, tiebreakers, it is placement points over kill points. So keep that in mind. Your placement points are worth more than your kill points. So when you start to do that upper thinking down the line, that's something you have to worry about. Yes, Aminz did get those 6 placement points, but will only 9 points on average a game. Because if my math is correct, they'd finish with 45, and the top 5, we'd probably see hit 50 or a little bit more, depending on some heroic efforts in the later stages of some of these games.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, if R8 keeps sponging up all points and taking a bunch of them, then it kind of shortens the leaderboard, and or maybe a team that scores only 45 or 40 or something like that. But you definitely want to score as many as possible.
On Empire alone, K21 had some difficulties only finding 1 frag. That was in the fight with SBG. 141 had a similar problem. Actually, 141 was with SBG. K20 was elsewhere. There were some problems where some of those teams lasted a lot longer than their score lines would entail, and yet they only maybe 2 kills and 2 points total in a game. They could have picked up not only more placement points, but more kills as well.
I mean, yeah, you partly credit that to ring pool. If it doesn't pull towards a big apartment complex, like there's one more teams get dropped out. But at the same time, it's tough starting low. You're starting from behind. You're going to have to try and make up those points. And once again, I'm looking at Regicide, a squad that we thought, I mean, was getting like almost in the top 12 there, but it just wasn't enough. They weren't able to pick up any placement points. They fell a little bit early, and they weren't able to pick up as many eliminations as well. So again, one of those teams that is going to have to be from behind. Of course, you're not out of it yet. You still have 4 maps left to go, but it's not the greatest start you would have wanted.
Yeah, you're also looking, at least more importantly, towards the teams on the higher end and saying, what can you improve to make sure you are more in the hunt for first place? Because yes, getting 2nd through 5th is good. You move on at a bare minimum for first place. If you place 2nd through 5th, you still have to take on 31 other teams in the playoffs just to get a chance at playing in the grand finals. If you place first, you put those 31 other teams, including 16 qualifiers, and 18 technically from the rest of the monthly qualifiers, including this one, and you can just go straight to the grand finals. You have 15 teams to take on rather than 31 plus the next 15 should you qualify.
Yeah, and you get that prize money. You get that $500 in
That's
first
a lot.
place.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big difference. And not only that, but if you're securing yourself to the grand finals, you talk about that $100,000 prize pool for each esport here at Arena Esports on LAN. That is really what you want to play for. $500, forget that. Give me a spot there at the LAN.
Yeah, but is this the time where I try and enter into a giveaway for some phone on Black Friday and then go to play in one of these open qualifiers? Do I play open qualifier number 4 past it?
Ooh, that could be good. Or do both, just like...
I'm not gonna lie to you, I think I've done that for an event before. They needed a and I was playing in Rocket League. Albeit it was Rocket League Communications. But it was kind of funny.
Okay, we love to see it. We're gonna see Light on the main stage in the girls. I'm excited to see it. Oh yeah, it's exciting for some of these players as well because you know these are their 3rd and 4th opportunities in the final month. So maybe they are those lesser known the Light teams of the world that maybe haven't made a name for themselves but are trying to here today.
You can see some of these teams that have not shown up in the MEA qualifiers or the European qualifiers, and they're showing up here, and they're showing up above some of the teams I was talking about earlier. I'm going to bring up some of the squads that I brought up earlier just for some, I'm not going to say housekeeping things, but just for some recognition again. R8, the team that just won, placed 5th at PGCC MEA. That was the qualifiers to get into the PMGC overall championship. So, massive showing from them. They gained $12,000 from it, but they weren't able to qualify. 1st through 4th qualified. The difference between them not qualifying and them actually qualifying was just 9 total points, just for some housekeeping things. They had Enigma Galaxy below them at 147, Falcons below them at 138. They were at 152. The cutoff to qualify was 161. And the 4 teams to qualify there were 3 of them who were either already in the playoffs here in the Arena Esports Invitational Series, or are in the grand finals. Nasser's in the grand finals, they placed 3rd. Rook and Quest Esports placed 4th and 1st, respectively. They're in the playoffs. And Brute Force, I think they're in the playoffs as well. I think they qualified through the one monthly qualifier I did not cast.
I think so. Their name rings a bell, so I think they did end up making it their way. But it's like you said, there's a lot of good teams with good names, but there's also teams that want to make their name here today. We're switching up the maps, though, here for map number 2. We're going to see a map that we're going to see actually twice here, and it is the lovely desert. Well, not really lovely. It's kind of barren. It's kind of actually a wasteland, and it has some of those high ground differentials that we always talk about. But it'd be exciting to see kind of how these teams change. If R8 is able to take a good, really placement point game, a good elimination game, they could really solidify themselves as the #1 team.
I'm also looking at how teams switch up their playstyle, not only in terms of aggression versus disengagement, but I think R8 is really going to flourish on Miramar again because of how they played on Erangel. I'll remind you, they basically just played 2 full ridgelines and won the game at the end of the day. They were able to swim away / sprint away off of a beach. They even lost a member who got downed early and still ended up walking away with the game victory. If that happens again, I'm still looking at them to show up when required because honestly, they'll just have better positioning. They're better at situational awareness, they were better at getting in, and they had some good nades at the end, albeit not nearly as many as A7 or Aminz, but still pretty good and good enough to lock in a W. Or a WWCD.
There you go. The winner chicken dinner. I see what you did there, but yeah, those nades very important and that gun fights as well. But you got to be consistent. It's like you said, you can't just do it on one map. You got to do it across all 5. And I'm excited to see when we go to Soundhawk as well because that'll be the small map. That'll be the more exciting one. Hopefully, more fights, more action in between that mid game, and you know maybe some more exciting end game circles as well, with not ending on some apartments where 10 teams can sit safely.
I love the apartments finish, but at the same time, I'm really upset it didn't finish like in between buildings because it kind of just ruins the day of the 1 or 2 teams that were sitting inside of the apartments and then had to rotate out. Just we'll say less than lucky, but again, it is in the end of the day a battle royale. You do rely on a little bit of luck or fortuitous zone pools that R8 had multiple times over. Aminz, in all fairness, did similarly as we move into our second game. Miramar on the cards, and again, a nearly direct south to north. It's more southeast to northwest pool. It kind of looked direct south to north from the opening look at the map.
Kind of did, but a little bit not straight, but more diagonal, we will have to say, for here on our second map. Will be an exciting one, and will be a good one as well, hopefully, for some of those teams that, like we said, might be in the bottom. This is your chance to start to earn some points. Only 4 maps, including this one, left on the day. So we'll see some early jumps going out, and I want to see if some of those teams will fight as well early. I mean, GK, they seem like a good team fighting squad. They just have to be careful a little bit light that they don't drop early again, because that kind of plagued them a little bit last time.
Yeah, you're also getting into those early fights. Could be better, could be worse. Empire is the first team out last game. It was to GK inside of Razak. Could happen again here, albeit less than likely. Aegon is the first team to drop, and the only one to do so anywhere near Los Leones, which is very interesting. They may have the entire POI to themselves. I'm also looking at how far north we see teams extend. I think the real cutoff is going to be around Hacienda, towards the center of the map. Maybe a little further east, we'll see Junkyard, but I don't see teams going any further north than that.
I don't either. Don't want to go too far in case there are those fights, and you don't want to go too far just because the further you're flying, the less time you are looting, the less time you are earning yourself some resources to take those team fights. So we'll see how teams do decide to take it. Right now on board with Aegon, I mean a squad that we saw perform pretty well. I feel like drop maybe a little bit earlier than they would have wanted to, but really spreading out, grabbing all the loot they can, and getting ready for possibly the ensuing fights.
You're also looking at Aegon and saying they have so much more space to work with in this game compared to the last.
True.
And I'm questioning how they're going to use it. Sometimes you'll see teams take full advantage of a zone or a position. That's not going to be the case here for Aegon inside of Los Leones. There is not the zone helping them. I believe it is, again, further north and to the west, similar to what we saw on Arena. I'm not going to call it a northwest zone this time. Not even close. However, it is further north and to the west than this furthest southeast position that's being held. They'll probably rotate out in the next 5-6 minutes or so. They may even take a little bit of zone damage just because there's so much space you can take inside of Los Leones and some free loot.
Yeah, there is a ton of loot. It is absolutely jam-packed, but you know what? You called Northwest last time, and it went there anyways, so maybe we'll go there once again. But like you said, they will have to walk a little bit once that starts closing. Don't want to take any extra damage, although, it isn't the most damage. It's not going to kill you. We saw some other teams, it literally did kill them because they took a fight, didn't have the meds to do it, and then just died.
GK is the luckiest team in the world. They have Picado to themselves. When I try and go Picado, there's a small army of people rivaling some of the United States, and yet when GK goes here, there's not a soul in the general vicinity. I don't like it. What the heck is this?
I mean, it's possibly because GK did just like straight up wipe a team at the beginning of the last game. No one
That's a
really
really good
wants
point.
to fight them, and they are a really good team fighting team. So maybe teams stop wanting to take their small army and try and fight just a bigger army on the other side. But we'll see if teams do decide to fight them along the way.
One thing I've always wondered about PUBG Mobile, and Fortnite is in team games like this, do they set something up similar to Apex Legends beforehand, where teams already decide where they're going before the games even start? Or is it like a game time decision? Do some teams show up at the same point, not knowing another one would be there? Because you're seeing some positions that are really good have no one there, and others that are kind of awful have 2 or 3 teams. Not including this one. This is the west side of St. Martin around Hacienda. There's pretty good loot here. You have SBG, 141. I saw a rotation of some pink team, so keep that in mind. That's actually your regiment. Oh, this could be bad.
Definitely could. I am intrigued in your question though, because in Apex, like you said, you literally have to pick your zone. You have to pick it beforehand every single time in the lobby. I know that from running scrims for like a year straight, where teams would definitely try to contest each other on bad POIs, but who knows here? It does look like Regicide, like you said though, kind of starting to circle around this VTR squad, and They are a little bit separated as well, getting closer together. You want to be careful here. SBG Esports as well. They got the nades ready to cook 1-4-1 on the other side of this fight.
Very collapsing setup for 1-4-1 here, but do they know SBG is as spread out as they are? Because the presumption could be for 1-4-1, oh, there's 1, 2, maybe even 3 players all in one building. Let's all collapse on them, and they'll just leave themselves susceptible to 2 or 3 separate flank angles, all set up here for SBG. You can see Victor, really good setup for them. Apparently, they've been seen, never mind. Much less good setup for them. But you can see SBG is so far and wide from one another, which sometimes can be a bad thing, but when you're still within that same line of sight as your teammates, it's a much better scenario.
It depends how 1-4-1 takes this fight, because like you said, it's nice to have those flank angles, especially if they're running through the open ground to get towards your teammate, but if 1-4-1 just ape one of those players, get all 4 inside a building, they could just slowly disintegrate your team one by one, taking over house after house after house. Doesn't look like that is going to happen just yet, as Regicide, they are closing in again on this squad on the other side. I think it's VTR. You have to be a little bit careful, though. VTR is grouped up pretty heavily, so they're going to add some resistance if you try and fight them directly.
Importantly, everybody's still alive. All 16 teams, all 64 players. If you are going to get your votes in as to who you want to win, who you think is going to win, now's a good time in the chat. Tell us who you want to win, tell us who you're supporting, or tell us who you think is going to dumpster in game number 2, and maybe have a less than ideal showing. Alright, I'll remind you, 14 kills and a winner chicken dinner in game number 1, 24 points in just a singular map of play. I don't know if they find that same beneficial finish here. Regicide still around VTR. They are swarming that team, everybody around them, but VTR is split 2-2 between 2 different jail cells, importantly enough, and they're about, what, 20-30 meters from one another, if not a little bit more from that, so it could be cutting them off at the pass and just having a 3v2 and then a 4v2.
Yeah, it really could. I mean, Regicide has that possibility to collapse. I mean, importantly here on Miramar, a lot of teams, like we said, just trying to make their rotation, find a safer spot. But I feel like a lot of teams playing this a lot more patiently in their early game. Not only because there are so many of those buildings, so many of those height discrepancies, but I mean, at the same time, this is game number 2. Again, those teams that dropped early in game number 1, they're wanting to bounce back. They want to get some points here on Miramar. And you can see just how many colors are starting to overlap each other. And it's going to start getting crazy where you had those chances for early game team fights, and now if you make any sort of bullets, any sort of driving noise, there are going to be 3 or 4 teams that are going to be able to hear it.
One thing I saw, Regicide is still surrounding VTR, but K21 has 3 members northwest and their last remaining member towards the far jail island, which I thought was kind of funny. And then V for Vendetta is the only team that is currently northeast of anything. And you're seeing Regicide actually lose that first player. Naki is gone. Roshan trying to walk in. Roshan was the first one to fall. They haven't seen somebody sitting behind the dumbbells, though. They're almost certainly going to fall here, somehow not taking any damage in that first fight. They're running out of ammo in that UMP. They're taking 2 separate duels at the same time, and they get packet loss. Unfortunate. That will come back to bite you. And Regicide losing another member, trying to finish off the one they've already downed earlier. They're not having that angle they're looking for, and Senior having some difficulty setting this one up. Nade maybe off the wall there could set this. No, good sprint away.
Yeah, the enemy team really good recognition here. We'll see if Regicide can actually get that finish, and just trying to pump in the damage is so dangerous here. They're rushing in one at a time, slowly losing every single member that they have. They will get that elimination here, but they have to be so careful, not only because this squad, it's now a 3v2, but on the other side, there is, I believe, another team lurking in the area, and it looks like as well for Senior, they have closed out this building position. They said, okay, you can take our one teammate, but we're not going to let you get out of this house for free.
If I remember my color codes correctly, this is clear vision. Yes, it is. I love being right. It never happens when I look at team colors. Clear vision currently swarming the one lone member of Regicide outside of this fight from VTR. So it's basically a 3v1 and a 4v1 all at the same time, and Regicide is on the one side of both of those fights. Voss would be very lucky to survive. At this point, all you want to do is hide and make sure you are not heard or seen or even detected in this corner. No noise, cut it entirely, because as soon as you make any, they're going to start to look in your general direction. You are almost certainly dead. He's thrown out a smoke. That's both a good thing and a bad thing. Good thing is they can't see you. Bad thing is they can still nade you. There's the nade. Surprisingly not lethal, though. Ghost won't do any damage whatsoever.
Didn't do any damage, but that smoke grenade, I didn't actually think they knew that that Regicide player was there. And after that smoke goes down, I feel like you just reveal your location here. I like what the teammate of Senior is trying to do with those longer angles, trying to assist from their teammate here, but it's just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Two teams kind of sandwiching them in between. And although I like a good ham sandwich, I would not like to be the ham of this sandwich right here.
No, Regicide, it's also a 3v1 on this side as well. Clear has already lost Vito early, and we saw this last game where Vito died in the earlier stages. It wasn't the greatest of showings. This has been a problem for Clear Vision, keeping all of their members alive. One thing I've always seen in PUBG Mobile or in third-person tournaments is teams taking full advantage of that vision game. You can see this angle is the same angle as the teams have. They are not sitting first person, and we have the expert God vision. And with that expert third-person perspective, Vasil doesn't have the advantage walking into this fight, but still ends up winning it. And they'll get the finish as well. And they'll get away with their life for the time being. They want to take a second fight, and they'll swing while firing a pre-fire at third person, and they find 2 separate kills. Talk about a 2v1 into now a 2v1. Regicide have the advantage in this duel now.
Yeah, it does look like that other squad of VTR, though, have heard that noise and are starting to close in on that lone player. But that's what you love to see. That's how you take 3v1s and make them into your advantage, is just splice them into separate 1v1s, make them into a positive advantage for yourself. And that pre-fire was beautiful as well. We'll see if they can get out of that scenario, though, with 2 players. All those teams going to be limping out of that one. Again, you cannot res your teammates here in PUBG Mobile, so you're going to have to be dealing with what happened in those early games.
I'm not going to lie, at this point, if you're SBG, just go a different direction. You've lost a member. They are not going to be picked up. This has been the longest fight I've seen in a while on Miramar, and you've already lost a member for it. Actually, that member's not down. They just have the SBG logo, which looks like the plus to insigniate that they are indeed down, and then they're down. That's ironic. Unfortunate. But I don't know if this is going to be immediately finished. John is trying to set up a nade vertically. They've been seen and taken out a little bit. The nade won't go the distance they were looking. No lethal damage there.
Lethal damage, not able to take them down here. Both these two teams, though, are going to be stuck outside of the playable zone, so going to take some damage. And speaking about taking damage, 1-4-1, putting down the hurt here onto their opponents. Bandages will be popped on the other side. I think they'll be okay to get back to healthy, but while that's all happening, some trades going through in the building. They are rushing it. They lost the first up the stairs. It's just a really good play, taken down to half HP, though. 1-4-1 again, have to be careful. They seem to love fighting outside of the playable zone, but they've got everybody but one alive. They've got some close range shotguns as well, but will they win the jump peek around the corner? Yes, they will. A really good trades there. They'll be able to take down 2, but still, no teams have fully been eliminated here yet.
No, not at all. GEEKAY now contending with VTR. I think I saw an in hand, if not an M24. Either way, lethal weapon, to say the very least, not to be confused with the amazing movie. But, again, SBG fighting 1-4-1 in a fairly large town outside the zone, and one of them could end up dying to this. Look at the heals right now for JD. They have 1 medkit. We cannot see their bandages because it's not just something we track. There's too many bandages to keep track of. And if they don't have all that many, this is a problem for these players. They're not having the safest of position. Great nade. JD somehow doesn't find a kill with it, and they'll look for a spray, which they will not find. John's finishing off what they had started, but there's the final medkit for JD. They will go up to 75% HP, but nothing to keep them alive for much longer than that. And this is now stage 3 of the zone that is starting to close now.
This one's going to hurt. It is not going to feel very good here. JD and Co are going to have to get out here very soon, you would have to imagine, but they really want to get this finish on this team. They really want to get a pre-fire. JD just using that third-person view to see the head, backing off away from it, and holding on to the nade here. We'll see as their opponent does get inside the building, gets back upstairs. Both these teams just playing slimy right now, working around the building very well, but this is detrimental to both of them. Again, we've seen teams that just aren't able to make it back out of the zone after these fights. You need to engage quickly here. You don't want to just overextend, but at the same time, this 2v2 just could end in absolute worseness for both these two teams.
This could only end badly. That's all there is to it. It looks like you're going to see one die. I was going to say to the zone, but the nade from JD catches one healing. And this is going to be one member of SBG alive. They have run for the hills. I don't know if they actually survived this. The spray down. Oh my goodness, what a snipe! They find the kill! JD finds a 2-piece. May be able to get some heals for free. And SBG is eliminated in dead last. That is a terrible finish for them.
really unfortunate finish, and it's surprising that we've only had one team drop, and they're probably surprised too as well, saying, man, it's stage 3, why aren't there more teams down?
Uh-oh.
But you know what, you take a losing fight, and you talk about those cars, sometimes they don't protect you enough. Elise is able to dump a mag into someone from long range, and take an elimination here for Clear Vision, who are only down to one player.
Yeah, Clear Vision down to 1. Now, Regicide going to be down to either 1 or 2, depending on if they can get that res off. I don't think they can. Somehow at least to not get the finish, but they just did some damage. Oh, the play zone's going to end up getting the finish. That's going to be the problem. Yeah, Vazzle cannot go for this because of the play zone. It's still closing. They don't have at least as much time as they'd like. They have heals. They have full med kit, 4 first aids. They've got some time. They don't want to risk it. Red Saints occupying the mountainous region, and oh, they have Aminz all occupying around them. I don't think Shaikoid has been detected at all. However, the prone Hyod on the other side of this would indicate he has. Is there a sound cue? That's the real question. Proning doesn't make all that much noise, but there's the swing, there's the spray, and there's the kill. Nice opener. We'll find one and the finish. Good start here for Shaik.
Yeah, this is huge for Red Saints, and this is honestly a really good position for them as well. A squad that ended in the bottom 8. I only think they had 1 or 2 points there, so the snipes are good as well. Man, this position is so nice as they're closing in from all angles.
I was talking about 141 earlier, having the heals. They didn't have enough. 141 just died to the play zone. Both members, as a matter of fact, so they are gone in 14th place. Not the greatest of finishes for them. KR, I was talking about their 3-1 split earlier. It has now collapsed back to normal, but they're still being sniped out of their cars no matter how fast they're going. This is GK, Empire, and KR all within about 100 meters of each other. A brief reminder, Empire was the first team to die as a squad in game number 1 of the series, and you guessed it, to GK, who needs to have a better showing here in game number 2. And it seems like as soon as this loads, they may, and oh Satan, last member of KR, this would be the finish for the team.
It would not be good for them. Do not want to drop out in the bottom 8 here for GK. It's a good-ish position. I mean, especially here on Miramar, this is going to be a very rough zone. It is very barren. It is very high ground focused here, and a lot of teams, you're going to have to be running through those open fields, so you better either have some cars or some strong legs to hope they don't break along the way here. Agon reduced to 2 members here. At least they have those 4 eliminations to hold themselves on. Again, looking for those top 5s, you're probably looking for an average of 10 points a game, and so if you can get at least 4 or 5 eliminations, get a 2nd or 3rd place, that's pretty good overall.
Talk about the AWM earlier. It is just an M24, and it also seems like GK has realized that Empire's in the general vicinity, so they've at least mitigated some of the possible damage by the lack of information. And KR still around here, at least still has their member alive, but GK, better than the last game, already up at 5 kills, so they're upping their totals as time continues. The issue still remains, they're not finishing what they need to, and they're starting to get swarmed from multiple angles. There's the down onto Ragnar. They may be finished, as a matter of fact, by Empire. Turns out there's a finish. Aegon was at 3 members, is now down to 2 with a nice shot and an exploded car around it.
That was good from Rev, able to get those long-range angles, and I think this is something we talked about from the last game that Alpha 7 do really, really well. As last game, they only had 2 members to do this, so it wasn't as effective, but they really stretch their position very well. They spread out good, they take some good space, and then they pressure all the teams around them that aren't in the goodest of positions, and you see those long-range angles as well, just able to pester them on down. This is what they're doing best, and I think with 4 players, this could be really successful.
R8 just had hope downed as well. I was talking about GK fighting multiple different teams at the same time. They have Empire near them, the last member of KR in that same general area, and they're taking a fight with R8 because they can. Again, R8 won last game with 14 kills. It was a 24-point game for them. Great showing to understate the obvious. Here's Aegon, down to 2 members. It's Buzz and Crypto. The issue is, if you don't find all that much here, you're going to have some difficulties. And K21, their last member, has just found a down, but not a finish just yet. And here's the swarm of Empire. Again, last place team in our last game, and it may be even worse here, finishing with 0 points last time and already having 2 members down, which may finish with 0 once more. However, they have found a down onto Gaith, which could be better overall.
Yeah, but I think this is going to be the res here, and the finishes as well from Hope. Just, puts the bullets into the body bag there. GK up to 7 eliminations, and We were talking about a squad that really didn't get the placement points in the last game that they would have wanted. So starting off with this game, really good. And I mean, Light, we're not even in the top 8 yet. So those placement points still are not there. This is stage 5 and we have 10 teams alive.
10 teams, 28 members, make it 9 teams. Agonix just got dropped, or Agon XI8 has been dropped. Empire, ooh, a player seen inside the building. That's a problem for later. We'll circle back to VTR in this building set, fighting with Alpha 7. This is the only teams, despite the extra pink you see, that's GK from a distance. Clouded their vision themselves. Smokes in front of them, ends up coming back to bite them. They're early in 9th place and with very few kill points to write. They did still find a couple, but not enough to make it worth going outside the points. And R8, I was talking about them because of that. They find another down, but I believe Empire has been taken care of. Yes, they have. It's a 3rd kill for Rat, an 8th for the team. It stands alone on the top side of this building. They're dead. That's about it.
And once again, it is GK that wiper off the map, winning those fights and taking them out right before those placement points start to get validity here. K2-1 though are looking for an even better high ground position to look ahead of this team below them, and the nades could go absolutely massive. They don't actually have the angles because of that little bit of overhang on the cliff here, but again, with so many of those teams, those fire nades are going to burn the health bar down as well. So for K2-1, this is a really, really good and some actually elimination points you really need right now. Oh,
well,
no.
The problem is you're taking multiple fights that you can't afford. Somehow rake a lid. GK, V for Vendetta still up as well. GK taking fights that maybe their health pools cannot cash as of right now. RST between a rock, a hard place, a mountain, and 2 teams. Not the greatest of positions to say the very least. Similar now for GKs, they've lost a 2nd player to R8 now above them. And R8 is swarming. They smell blood in the water, and the Sharks are looking to finish off what they've started. It seems like they're going to be able to. Gaith, I think, is the last one alive for GK over there. And again, it's going to be kill points. It's up to 10. 9, sorry, for GK. But I don't know if it's going to be anything better than that.
That's absolutely nuts. I mean, when we're saying you need only points to stay consistent, this squad already had that 24-point game number 1, and they're already in the top 6 here right now, so we'll see how far they can get themselves on forward. K21 is the other squad that's kind of checking their high ground on the other side of that mountain, so we'll see how that fight does go down. It is going to be Skeleton, then unfortunately you can't win the Gaith is able to win the 1v1, take it down to about a 5th of that HP bar, but wins it nonetheless here. R8, I don't actually afford to take that 1v1 because now you're down to 2 players, which sounds a lot worse than 3 players still alive.
Yeah, but that's another kill for GK, and
True.
R8 is down to 1 1/5 because their member's low. There's V for aggressing, and goodbye GK. Gaith will go out in 6th place. That is, what, 2 placement points, plus the 10 team kill points they picked up. Overall, pretty good game. They get the kills they were looking for. V for Vendetta, however, now has the man advantage on R8, who does have the high ground. I don't care what Obi-Wan Kenobi says when it's 4v2. That high ground's not as impactful as he may think.
Not good as you might think, and you got to give credit here to this V for Vendetta squad. I mean, game after game, even though they seem like they're not in the greatest of positions, finding their way in. Saw the marathon swim in the last game, and now this one a little bit tougher on the rotation, but you mentioned it, with 4 players left alive, you can even send a player out as a bait one way, maybe move your team another way. There are a lot of things you can get done, and with 4 players, if they're able to actually take this high ground, if they're able to maybe step behind this R8 squad, it's a possibility that they have one of the best high ground positions in the entire game. But with 5 teams, 13, it means that keeping all of your players alive is more and more important as these stages continue to close.
We also need to talk about the color schemes of these teams. We have 5 teams remaining, and 4 of them are pink. V for Vendetta, K21, K, I will remind you, has 1 player from their fight earlier with GK, who picked up 3 kills from that engagement, and VTR. R8 is like a nice beige to set themselves apart. They also only members and are between, well, let's see, a rock formation behind them, 3 pink teams in front of them, and 1 behind them that has nades as well, and a heck of a lot of them. Look at the occupancy. For Yusuf, I believe there was even more for their teammate earlier, and they may have just naded themselves. They need to run into the zone to avoid it. That would be hilarious if you kill your team via a nade off the top of a rock.
It would be kind of funny. I don't know if your team would be laughing. We would be laughing up here, which would be
I
pretty good.
would.
You can give us a laugh, but maybe your team would not be happy about this one because especially money on the line, some points on the line here as well in the game at number 2. And it's exciting for K21. They are full players as well, so as long as they can focus down the right place, they have the high ground as well. It's a possible win for them, and I think a game that they really needed like to kind of pop off.
You have 2 squad members. It's V for Vendetta and K21. KR is down to 1. R8 and VTR are down to 2 apiece. So there's your current player numbers for the time being. And again, nades being sent forward. Nades still missing for V for Vendetta. At this point, just hold on to him until you have some concrete information. Because all you're doing is throwing them up onto rocks. Where on the rocks R8 is, and you can't use them later.
Right.
It's not like you get them back or anything. They're not on the cooldown.
No, they are one-time use here. It does look like some smoke grenades going to go down here from R8. I like this, gets yourself some more cover. I'm not sure they are in the next zone as well. So for K21, they are trying to look for those head peaks there, but I think R8 is going to have to drop on down there, push towards that low ridge, but they are regressing. K21 is actually a little bit split up, about 30 meters separated away from each other right now, so we'll see what R8 choose to do. It does look like they're going to take a lot of damage trying to get to where they want to go, though.
Yeah, with Prestige being down, it leaves just 1 left alive. I think it's 07 left, stuck between them and the truck. They could be finished off by V for Vendetta here if they turn around properly. Prestige will be killed here. Just a matter of time between when and how it happens. 1 singular point of health, a swift breeze would blur. But not enough damage being done. Now 1 health for both players, and a nade's coming through elsewhere. It seems like the nade from VTR will steal that kill. D7 falling, and Prestige is not finished off by V for Vendetta. They would have liked that kill point. But now comes K21, knowing they have the positional, now looking for the man advantage, and V for Vendetta is like, yeah, we don't have the positional advantage. Let's run for the hills. Or the mountains.
Let's back it up here. Let's try and play this defensive ridge line here. And this could be, honestly, the fight for the victory because 3 teams left. About a 4v4, and then there's a solo hiding somewhere else. So for right now here, yeah, VTR down to 1 member. This could be huge as those 2 teams fight. But for those other 2 teams, for K21, you have the little bit better high thing, but you cannot get ahead of yourself. You need to P's and Q's here and make sure that this team fight is clean.
You also have to make sure you from this lower position. These very odd final zones in the sides of high ground do not lend for the most forgiving positional disadvantages. Swinging with this, they find it down, looking for more. If you find a finish, you're looking better than if you only find it down and nothing more. K21 will indeed finish what they started. 7 kills for ZR. Has picked up every single kill for K21 thus far, and is looking for more with the UMP in hand. Maybe a sleeper pick in coming into the second game, and you can see exactly why. There's a single map picking up in a big way, and it seems like the rest is stepping up even more. They will hound the rest of V4 squad, and they had that for the winner dinner in game number 2.
Love the dancing at the end of it. Can tell they are happy to pull that one. K21 are the victors, and they just played simple King of the Hill. They just sat on the top of it. They said, anyone wants to come contest us? Sure, you can come try, but we have high grade, we have the ring. We called it absolutely correctly. We're going to get a lot of points for this next game.
Aegon, they could have done better in. They just did not find the finish they were looking for. V Vendetta, they were the final 4 kills. It's a game that end with T1 total points for Kuro 21 Esports. Really good showing in game number 2, much better than what we saw in game number 1. And they found their rhythm. They also found good early round. The rotations on Miramar, if you do it early, are so much different than they are on other maps, other than maybe Sandhawk or Eagle. We're not playing Vikendi right now, so that's a conversation maybe for a later time. I really hope we play Vikendi when the land comes around, because I really love that map.
I do too. It's a pretty fun map, and it's nice to have a little bit of diversity. This map pool we've been kind of playing all of this Arena Esports tournament, so it's nice to have the familiar playing in the same one, but I also like throwing in some different maps, spice it up a little bit here or there. But talking it up, I mean, R8, another really good map. Although it wasn't a dub, I mean, it's still a good contender. They would have to say he's still sitting in first.
Yeah, they should still bit of placement points. I believe they finished in 5th place overall, if not 4th. And if you're really thinking about it in favor of R8, you also have to remember the kills they picked up. GK falling mostly at the hands of R8. The last member drops to V for Vendetta. Nothing to write home about there. But it's still K21 being able to lock in. They played the high ground better overall. More importantly, they just did not allow as much breathing room for those teams as they would have hoped for. R8 tried their rotation, didn't work. K21 tried their rotation, didn't work. The last member for VTR who couldn't rotate and not rotating didn't work. Basically, he just died a high ground. Turns out, Obi-Wan Kenobi was right. My bad.
He was, in fact, correct. The high ground wins it out at the end of the day, and it's just how that map goes. Like you said, it always seems to end on some crazy mountainous zone that team that rotated there first, because like you said, those rotations are the most important thing throughout that map to get there first, to stake your claim on that high ground. But this next map is a little bit of a switch up. It's a map we haven't played yet, and we're only going to play it once today. Sanhok, I think it's going to be really exciting, and I think it's an opportunity for some of these teams that maybe weren't as good on those traditional maps to, pop off here.
Yeah, interestingly enough, you actually have more natural cover on a map like Miramar than you do on Erangel or Sanhok. We'll get to Sanhok a little bit later, but here are your highlights for Miramar. Regicide, they come back from a massive deficit in a 2v... it was a 2v3 on one side and a 2v3 on the other, and their 2 was split. It wasn't great. 141, they win this fight up against SBG, and they end up finishing the final kill. You should see the shot from JD we're about to see. This is nasty. Good night. The problem is, 141 then died to the zone later. It was kind of ironic that they did so in back-to-back games.
Yeah, unfortunately is that way, and I think every team that tried to take a fight out in the zone ended up dropping in the bottom 8, so maybe focus on your rotations and don't take a 2v2 fight out in the storm. Might just be a word to the wise there. I do like that GK still just showcases their aim. Even in a 1v1, they're able to pull off some really good stuff here, but VTR kind of stuck between literally a rock and a 4v1, so not able to do too much, and then K21 just really good play on that high ground to finish it off.
Yeah, and you could still see that there were decent points to be distributed. R8 looked good in the kill totals. VTR finished with 6th and a 3rd place finish. Overall, really good for them. I think 11 total points. We were talking about the overall general median of what you need. 9, 10, 11 is the good number that you're looking for on average between all 5 games. Basically means get anywhere between 45 and 55 points, and you have an arguable shot at making the top 5. Again, you're looking for first, but R8, as we'll see on the scoreboard in a little bit, most likely have that locked in for the time being, but not by a heck of a lot after the second game.
Yeah, they are still going to be close enough to those other teams that you're not safe yet. You still got to play a good other 3 games because there still is a majority of the games to be played. And I think it is also important to note that K21 didn't have, I don't think, like a 15 elimination game. They didn't soak up all those points like we were talking about that R8 did. So it's possible that a lot of those teams below them are starting to climb back up. 11?
Okay. K21 finished with 11. They had 7 kills going into the final fight with V for Vendetta. All of them from a single player, by the way, which is nuts. And then the rest of the team actually decided to start playing the game in the final fight. They were like, oh yeah, we're the top 2. Let's start shooting.
Yeah, that's good to do. Might have wanted to do that a little bit earlier, but at least now you know for those other games. Now you know to shoot your weapon. But it's at least good for K21, who I feel like didn't have a good game number 1. Now they can bounce back, and now they have a possible claim on that top 5. But they're definitely not safe by any means with still 3 games left to go.
No, and I'm excited to see our second map scoreboard. We'll see second map scoreboard, both top 8 and bottom 8, and then we'll see our overall scoreboard through 2 games. Again, top 8 and bottom 8. The second half of that is cumulative. The first half is only from Miramar the first time around. And again, we still have Sanhok to play. That's our 3rd map. We'll play Miramar again in map 4, and we will have the bookends of this best of 5, technically, series, even though it's 16 teams, be Erangel first and last. I love finishing on Erangel, mainly because it's just a nice, steady map for some of these teams to remember, hey, we know how to play this. We've been doing it for 7 years at this point. I think it's been about 7 years, actually. That's kind of scary. At least on regular PUBG. Maybe not PUBG Mobile, but still.
Still a long time that that map has been out. It's been there since the OG days, and like you said, it's that steady map that teams can go back to. But at the same time, for some of those teams, maybe you don't want a steady map because those teams like GK, those teams like R8 seem to be a little bit better, a little bit more practice on those steady maps. So maybe this is your chance here in map number 3 to earn yourself some points. And you're talking about that scoreboard, and I'm excited to see because again, we're not looking for top 8, we're looking for top 5 here today. It's a very clean cutoff there, and that top 1, like we said, got to remember they're walking home with that $500.
And not having to play in playoffs. Now, I don't know if the weird position is because we've seen this before, where if you play in more events, you end up having a chance at making more money. I don't know if that's going to be the case where if you don't play in playoffs, you actually don't get the chance to make some of that playoffs money. Like, let's say top 8 teams or top 16 teams or top 12 teams from playoffs all make cash. Not the case. Whatever. We'll cover that when push comes to shove. I was talking about GK picking up some kills. Heck of a lot. 10 kills. 2 placement points. They'll finish with 12 here. Good showing for them. V for Vendetta, similar scenario, just 6 and 6 respective. And K21, 11 kills, 10 placement points with a winner chicken dinner, 21 at the top of the scoreboard.
21 is pretty good for a first place finish. Not the most in the world, but over double digits on both the placement points and in the elimination points. So definitely feels good. Let's take a look at our bottom 8 though here really quick because there were some teams that did pick up some placement points, some elimination points. KR Monster was able to get a couple. The Regicide was able to get a couple, but teams like Alpha 7, Clear Vision, Aminz, we were talking about them kind of fighting early and just not able to finish it.
At least everybody finished this game with at least 1 point.
Oh.
That's my outlook on things. Everybody got a point in some way, shape, or form. Aminz, Clear Vision, FLUX, all getting 1 kill point. Empire got a placement point. And then SBG, Alpha 7, and Regicide all picking up some kills. I was talking about 1-4-1 earlier. They still get all 4 kills from that fight with SBG, so it's somewhat a negligible game compared to what we saw in game number 1, where they only picked up 1 finish, and then they ended up dying themselves. Not the greatest of showings for them in game number 1. I believe total they should be at 5 when we switch scoreboards, but it's still up to how the rest of the squads are showing up. Alpha 7, much worse in game number 2. Regicide, I think a similar scenario. SBG, probably the same, all things considered. Maybe 2 or 3 less games. Hey, but Empire didn't die first, and that's what matters.
And they got a point. They got a point this time as well, so good stuff for them. It was actually a placement point because so many teams were fighting early, died off in the ring. They were able to pick up one of those, but for some of these other teams, FLUX, Clear Vision, Aminz, like we were talking about, they need to start to improve here. And again, don't take those fights out inside of the zone. It has only ended badly for those teams that have tried to take it. So what? You get 2 points for SBG. So what? You get those. You're dying and losing yourself before you get to those big numbers.
Big numbers are overrated. The real strat is averaging 5 points a game and then dropping 17 kills in a winner chicken dinner in game 5. You're like, oh yeah, we're playing Erangel again. I know how to do this. I'm also curious to see the differences between who stepped up back on Erangel, like R8, and the other conversation as we move into Sandhawk later on. Talking about the top 5, here it is. V for Vendetta just barely locking in that 5th place position for the time being with their 6 kill points and 6 placement points from a previous game. Before that, they just had 4 total. Good showing for them in game number 2. GK, they're in 4th. Much better overall. Their only placement points coming in that last game, actually, and 7 kill points coming from game number 1. K21, they picked up 21 of their 22 points in game number 2. VTR, consistency throughout. They look overall much better than what we saw from them last monthly qualifier. And R8, they do good enough to keep in that 1st place position, but not nearly as good as they did in game number.
Yeah, the gap is definitely closing between them and the next squad. Like you mentioned, K21, a lot of points in that last game, and GK does have to be a little bit careful there because, again, placement points do win you that tiebreaker. So with 17 elimination points and only 2 of those placement points, they have to be careful if they get down to it. And again, that could be very dangerous as you get further on, but let's talk about getting further on for ourselves. Let's look at the bottom 8 of the overall scoreboard. Teams that still need to have some good games. Red Saints, SBG, KR, kind of hovering around that same area with 1-4-1. But at the same time, Regicide, FLUX, Clear Vision, and Empire are all sitting in those bottom 4 positions. Not out of it by any means, but they're definitely going to need some good games if they want to bounce back.
No, if you gotten to this point, you need multiple top 2 or top 3 finishes with a decent kill total to close out these 3 games, you're looking at probably 40 points being the cutoff if I had to give a general guesstimation for the top 5, at least as of right now. It also depends on how dominant a team wins their final game. You could see a couple teams that are not currently the top 5 win a couple of those games, and that kill total and placement point total ends up getting much higher for your total points required to qualify. Top 5 make it. Top 1, or the first place finisher here, goes straight to the grand finals and will join 2 others, including, by the way, I will say it once more, Team Falcons and Nasser Esports. I gotta say, I'm thinking as of right now, Nasser is probably an overall favorite, if not Falcons White, because Falcons White looked good, but honestly, they were a little, I'm not gonna say like depressing, but when they made it through the invitational qualifier to the monthly qualifier, they just didn't look like a team that was gonna win the monthly qualifier.
Yeah, they didn't play as
Inconsistent.
consistently, it seemed like. Yeah, they
Yeah.
didn't play the same on the invitational between where they played in the monthly stage, but at the end of the day, they're in grand finals for a reason. And like you said, Nasser, they're definitely probably the favorite squad, and they're in grand finals for a reason because
Yeah.
they did play one heck of a consistent month. But at the same time, it did take them a little bit of time to get going. So we'll see if that is the same case there. And obviously, the team that wins today will be earning their slot towards that grand final, which is very exciting because, like we said, you might not have the most consistency of your games, but if you get into those grand finals, you have that opportunity to step up. You always have that opportunity to bounce back, and hopefully these teams can with these remaining 3 games.
Now, Sandhawk, let's move our conversation forward as to what we're going to expect in our 3rd game. Smaller map overall compared to both Erangel and Miramar, and it does lead to much quicker games, which I have to say I'm both a fan of and not a fan of because it gives teams less time to develop overall. My main question for some of these squads is what do you change in your playstyle? Not really between Miramar and Sandhawk, but between Erangel and Sandhawk, because topography-wise, they're somewhat similar. But there's a lot more mountain positions that you can play on Sandhawk, given it's a smaller map, than there is on Erangel, and I'm curious as to how teams are going to play around them.
I'm curious as well. I mean, I'm excited to see if some of those bottom teams start to play a little bit safer or if they get a little bit more risky because we've seen those kind of 2 different thought processes where, some teams are just like, okay, let's go safe. We'll play for the placement points. We'll pick a single building and we will stay there for the entirety of the game. And then the other
Aminz.
thought process is we just go for everybody. We start fighting literally everybody and we try to go for elimination points. Both could work. One is probably safer than the other.
I don't know. There are also 2 different philosophies when you're looking at point totals at the end of the day. Do you want to just go for those kill points? Because if you're taking Sandhawk, with the smaller map, you are much more likely to be third-partied should you take some of those gunfights. So, something to keep in mind for some of our more aggressive teams. Not as easy to do so, and then regather yourself, and then look for new teams. Sometimes those new teams are going to end up finding you before you have that opportunity to regather yourself. I'm curious as to how that may impact some of those more aggressive teams and whether they stay aggressive. I don't know if that's going to be the case here on Sandhawk. I think we're going to see a surprisingly slow game on a smaller map.
I think so as well. I think there'll be those fights here and there. And I think it's not only about, yes, there's that possibility of third partying, but I think a lot of these teams just haven't been as decisive in their team fights. Other than GK,
Yeah.
GK has been very clean. They take their fights quick and as fast as possible. But if you're waiting around for a minute and a half for a player to walk out of a building or something or other, there is those opportunities for those other teams to rotate in where if you take 30 seconds, you run on in, yes, there's a possibility you lose some players, but if you take that fight quickly, it's a better chance you can reset after.
Or if you're a really smart team like SBG, you sit in the same spot for 11 or 12 minutes, taking a fight with the exact same team you fought in the previous game, and then you lose to the team and the zone at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It becomes really ironic, and you couldn't have done anything worse about it than what you did. Sometimes going somewhere else is the better scenario. It's not really giving up, it is fighting for another day. And by fighting for another day, you have to not fight. We didn't see that as much. A lot of teams dropping early here compared to what we've seen on the other 2 maps, where only a couple would drop in the earlier stages. Most importantly, Empire, the only one to go on the southwest side of the map. Alpha 7 going to join FLUX around Kampong. It seems like Red Saint's going to be on their own, but how does this fight end up with 8 players all within about a square half kilometer?
This one is going to be exciting, and it's especially a little bit exciting here for Alpha 7. If they could take down this FLUX team, who really hasn't had a good early 2 games, they would be pretty much out of contention. You'd have to feel
Come on.
like, and there's the
What?
first spray there, just absolutely taking him down to 1 HP. We'll run on through here. Fid's gonna try and walk around this. I don't know if they actually saw them where they went, but just playing it safe, using their teammate as well. They will get the first one down, but immediately traded. There are some blood already being shed.
Yeah, but the down across is only one that they cannot finish. Daring scenario for Mafioso. I don't think they want to stick around for this one, but still 2 downs follow up
Oh.
on, and that may very well be this fight done and dusted. A pistol ends up finding a finishing kill. Also, not something I had on my monthly qualifier bingo card. And Alpha 7 seems like they're going to dispatch this squad fairly quickly. They'll find yet another finish, and it is just Lutz in a 1 versus 4. And they have no weaponry and really no time to get out of here. I think they've also been seen trying to sprint out of the south side of Kampong.
Yeah, I also think Carr possibly pulled off a 1v2 there. I'm not 100% sure. I think their teammate was rezzing, so good stuff with the pistol here. They're able to take down 3 of those members, but we will see some damage going to be placed on towards that final member of FLUX. Long range, yes, they will see the body walking on out, and if they don't have a car here, can be a little bit dangerous. If you can at least get your 1 player on out, maybe you can pick up some placement points, but Light, this is just not a good day so far for this FLUX squad.
And SBG is the first team eliminated. Not even FLUX, who was down to 1 player in the first maybe minute and a half. SBG and FLUX both gone. SBG has had an atrocity of a 2-game span. Not the greatest of finishes back in game number 2. Game number 1 could have been much better, but they honestly did the best with it what they could. And now here in game number 3, they die in dead last. Alpha 7, nice 4 kill points for them, and 1 for 1 in yet another early engagement. This time, not with SBG, surprisingly enough. It's with Clear Vision. I believe it was R8 to pick up SBG here in our 3rd game of play.
Yeah, I think so as well. Just 1 for 1 in Clear Vision. We literally told them, don't do this. Don't fight each other. Don't fight early. But you know what? They are trying to take each other out. That's what they're going to plan to do. For KR
Wait.
Monster, some really good points out of the last game.
Oh no. I was gonna say if we went back to that other fight, the name of the place they're fighting is Hatin. I was gonna say why you hatin'.
Some play on words going on here. Love to see
Not
it.
a good one.
It's a good one. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Nonetheless, we'll see how 1 for 1 tries to take this one so far, as they're just getting on looting up and everything. They are a little bit split up overall, but are going to get back together here as they put some damage down, and actually their
Hello.
player from long range on the right side will be able to take one down.
Ghost getting down. I don't know if they're immediately retrievable. Vito's around them and is starting to walk forward. But now the entirety of 141's trying to get aggressive on this. They want to push off the back of their opening drop. And if they can, and they also find this flanking angle, Rafe may be able to find Vito just stuck on an island on the backside of this fence. You vault here. I don't know if Vito's going to be looking at you. And we switch off at the worst possible time. We've been Lance strolled, and Vito will end up falling in the end. And the finish will be there as well. The nade from Sirius, I think, was thrown before Vito was even downed. But it's already 2 kills onto Clear Vision. Make it a 3rd down as well from distance by JD, and that may be Clear Vision going out in 14th place, barring a miracle of a comeback in a 1v4. I don't know if it's going to happen.
Yeah, and JD has had that long range accuracy time and time again. That 1v4 has to try and start, but 1v4 just absolutely jumping them around the corner. They do lose 1, but they will hit that res very, very easily to get that player back on up. So 3 teams falling early in this game number 3. We talked about it. It's going to be some early fighting because it is a smaller map, but you have to assume it's going to slow down here relatively soon as these teams start to rotate in, and it actually looks like 1 for 1 might be involved in a 3rd party as they lose 1 from a long range shot.
And Red Saints now having some difficulties with GEEKAY, who's taking yet another early engagement. Gotta say, at this point, it's not even surprising. GEEKAY finding another, here's the flank being set up, Captain dropped, this is a problem Red Saints not having the greatest of kill totals, and by that I mean they had very few kill totals through games 1 and 2. That may continue here. One player dropped, another one finished off, and they're hunting down the remaining 2 players of them. You were talking about that third party. Here it is. It's Empire walking in, trying to find as much as they can around Painan, and they're doing so. They're walking in from where we saw the earlier engagement happen for Clear Vision, but they don't have that same positional advantage. They're walking into a position that's already being held down. And here's GEEKAY, there's the walk-in, and there go the Red Saints. They're finished off in quick fashion.
Yeah, we talked about just how clean GK are in every single one of their fights. They take down that player isolated on the island, and then they just collapse on the remaining players. But we saw it here, 1-for-1. They took a little bit early damage. Their health bars were taken down a little bit low, but they just, Empire Esports,
Oh, the
they need
nade.
to be so careful here. The nade could be good. It's going to do some damage,
Hello.
and it will take down a 1. So that is a huge opening here. You have to assume that has to be a res very quickly here. We switch over to KR Monster, who are also in a fight here near the edge of zone.
I don't know how Aegon's going to be looking with their zone and how many players they have alive, but here's Empire trying to hunt this down. Empire have very few kills these last couple games, and they're looking for as much as they can find. DBS close range is going to be a beneficial scenario. Being shot from distance, that's, wow, an angle from distance. 1-for-1 down below. I'm surprised the angle's being held all the way from the far north side of Painan at this point, especially from a team that's had some difficulties similar to how Regicide has, but it's still damage, not kills, and that's the most important part. And Aegon has run for the hills. They're not taking any fight here. Empire can't say the same. They're dropping to JD.
Yeah, this is really, really unfortunate. I believe they dropped that first player from that high ground shot from Regicide, and then that was just the go button there from 1-for-1. They said, we have the positive player advantage. They ran right into him, and I think it's going to be a 4v2 possibility on that other side. So for a squad that really needed to take down 1-for-1 after they reset, they just waited, I feel like, way too long, let 1-for-1 get their bearings back, and now Empire is going to be 1 player left alive. They're going to have to try and 1v4 as Regicide is closing in.
They're going to have to 1v4 and or 1v4 again. I was talking about Regicide sweeping through here, as were you. However, they've swept in a little bit too much, living beyond their means as of right now, not particularly onto Empire, as yet another nade ends up landing where it needed to. But they lose a player over towards the 1-for-1 fight, and 1-for-1 still has all 4 of their players alive, so it becomes a 1-for-1v3.
Like that. They got the positive play for themselves, and you know, they are the ultimate victors. They were able to get a lot of those eliminations. They were able to hold strong in 1-for-1. Gonna be relatively happy. We'll see if they can continue. There's another one down there in the feed too as well, so lovely stuff there. And GK, they might have an angle here to fight against R8. This would be honestly a banger fight, just because both these two teams sit in the top 5 right now.
Yeah, and R8 really cannot afford to go out as early as they may here. Aegon really couldn't afford it, so they just run from KR. I like this decision. Disengage, you don't have to take a fight. If you're going to take it, do it later when you have a better scenario. The best part was Crypto was sitting in the water and or just off the shore for most of that, just because they could not afford to sit around. And you're talking about it, it is indeed a 4v2 with the second finish being there onto Vazzle. I don't know if Sirius swinging this with a shotgun in hand from that distance is the most beneficial scenario, but he's going to try it regardless, and it's surprisingly not going to work, nor will it at the end of the day for Janzi. This is a problem starting to develop for 1-for-1. I'm going to keep saying for, F-O-R, and then F-O-U-R. However, I promise I mean the preposition, not the number. And, oh, another angle they're trying to lock down. Roshan jumps over with the DBS. Rafe will find the trade. There has not been a finish onto a member of 1-for-1 just yet. And JD wants to find the kill they're looking for up above. If they can find the kill they're looking for before the finish comes through, they're in a much better scenario. They don't, and that finish does indeed land. A re-engagement, though. The AUG cannot find what they were looking for, and it's a singular point of HP for Naki up above. This could be a problem, or it could be the end game for 1-for-1.
1v1 possibility. If they can get some heals off here, that would be absolutely huge. But JD, we've seen them before. We see the pre-fire coming out a little bit early. The shotgun over the edge, man. JD has to hit the reload as well. So it does look like the laydown coming through. The nade gonna go skyward here to try and zone them off. And a possible res has to come on through here soon. 1-for-1. Already those 8 eliminations, but through the window is how it's gonna go here. The finish. Possibility from Regicide as well. JD just waiting, playing ring around the rosy, but finally hits the 7 HP. Will hit the res in time and will get both the teammates back up.
Oh, it's going to be close on Rafi. I think they will be able to get on to Rafi before their death timer runs away. No, he won't! Oh, no. 1-4-1 down to 2. And could be worse. They could be out of this one. It was a 1v1 for JD, but that's a heartbreaker. On the bright side, if I've done my math correctly, they're up at 10 kills, if not more at this point. So, 1-for-1 looking much better than they have in previous games.
Definitely are. Those double-digit eliminations are going to feel good, especially with 10 teams left. But you talk about what a disheartening scenario. You said it. Don't peek those long angles with a shotgun. Immediately they pay the price. And that was a 4v2 that ended in a 1v1 in no scenario should you let that enemy team have that. But you end up in a positive scenario at the end of the day. You do lose that third, which does stink, but you still have those 2 players able to pick up some points. And we get a look at another view of our map here, which is pulling less towards that water away from boot camp, but somewhat around that area.
And FLUX is dead. I think, yeah, that happened a while ago. I was thinking, wait, didn't that happen a while ago? Yes, it did. We're seeing VFORVENDETTA try to engage onto Alpha 7 here, and it seems like they're going to find the finish they're looking for. An Alpha 7 member close on this door frame. Cooked nade does not find the finish. The Molotov may, very lucky to get out of that room without being on fire. As Reebok, in an odd scenario here, jumps in as the burst shotgun goes off early. They find more damage on the second engagement, but they don't find the kill they were looking for. They will only find the second down, and they have no teammate help whatsoever. Alpha 7 on an island, at least leaves 1 member on it, and ends up losing them for it. R8, by the way, I think has just been eliminated. Yeah, R8's gone. GEEKAY just helped finish him off.
Okay, so our first place big name squad is going to be out of this game, opening the door for possibly this squad actually right here, VTR as well. They only have 2 eliminations, but you know what? That's okay because there's still 8 teams left. There's a lot of placement points to grab, and I believe they were only 7 or 8 points separated from that top squad of R8, so we'll see how they can do to finish off this game for GEEKAY. I mean, they are having a great game of their own. They've pretty much killed that first team and then just kind of picked off everybody else that wants to go up and fight them. And there's 8 squads left. Like we said, there's a lot of placement points available for GEEKAY, who are sitting in 4th before this game.
I have a sneaking feeling Aminz is going to finish like top 4 and still get 2 kills again. Where they're going to have an opportunity to do so much more, and then they just don't. And we'd be really upset when it happens. Because they're spread out a little bit too thin. Hyde has no help whatsoever. You can see at the top right corner of your screen, those 2 other slightly pink circles are KR members, not his teammates. His teammates are all the way out east without all that much assistance currently available. And I don't even know if he runs away from this. Oh, there's that assistance from about 400 meters away.
Long distance away there for Aminz. Also, just credit to Aminz. I think they've had some kind of sneaky good games that they have the possibility to maybe break into the top 5 with this one. It never seems like they have the most eliminations, but they seem like a really good placement point squad. And although we said you need to find a balance between the 2, it's at least good to get yourself on the top 8, get yourself some points, and get your footing here as we head on to the back half of these set of maps. Right now, though, Aegon will be able to loot up and make sure they have all the resources they need for that next set of fights.
Here's your current totals on the right side of your screen. Aegon, with very little as of right now, have done nothing in terms of kills this game. They currently possess 1 point for their efforts thus far, and that's just from the current placement point they would get should they place in 8th. Obviously, not a guarantee, most likely not going to be the case with all 4 members still alive, but there are 4 members for a lot of these teams. 8 teams alive, 27 players individually. So if my math serves me correctly, knowing that there are 2 solos, it should just be 1 team with 3.
Okay. I think so.
Maybe. I don't know.
Math works out. I was never good at math, so especially geometry. I hated geometry, man.
Me too.
It's the worst.
Had a terrible teacher. But I blame.
Oh, that's
Well, it
That's the worst.
honestly, I say that and like you hear that sometimes, but it wasn't even like, yeah, I had a terrible teacher. I was doing more teaching than she was in the class. It was
dang.
kind of bad. Yeah. Welcome
I
to
had a
8th grade,
teacher
Jeff.
that got fired for slamming a kid's head on the desk, but she's not a geometry teacher, and she wasn't a teacher for too long. But
Wow, that's a
nonetheless,
turn.
yeah,
I had a bad teacher. Might have assaulted a kid.
she did. She definitely did. Immediately fired, and unfortunately, it was fun. It was actually like one of my best friends got his head slammed against the desk for asking too many questions. But it is what it
I
is.
got a nice paycheck. Anyway, speaking of
Probably.
paychecks, Aminz at least hitting a couple shots. We'll see a down onto D7, and I think they will be finished off shortly thereafter, either by the play zone or by the M4 from distance. This should just be the kill. I don't know if the play zone finishes off a kill for you if you get credit for it. I've seen conflicting finishes on this. Either it's because of play zones finishing off teammates and their teammate who was down then gets finished because of their teammate getting down by the play zone. It's a whole circle of what the heck's going on. We'll see in a few seconds when Aminz either does or does not get the kill. Keep it on your kill feed for that answer. There's your answer. D7 dies to the play zone, and Aminz gets the credit for the kill. Hey, there's their first kill of the game. But Aegon, again, losing a player. They dropped one to GK earlier. They'll now fully lose one. Not a great scenario for them to be in.
No, it's not the best, especially like you mentioned, with a lot of teams having full members here towards the later stages. So it's going to be a lot of really good and exciting team fights. And I think the ring pool is a little bit exciting as well. GK is working their way through the mud here, through the stone, and seeing if they can find some cover to get towards the other side of Quarry there. So we'll see how Aminz Esports does work their way in. Like we said, a team that is very focused on those placement points is going to have that one lone elimination point for themselves. But it does look like Aegon possibly is going to be crawling up towards some other teams and almost run over, by the way. You got to be careful laying down in the grass like that.
UZM sitting inside of a car right now. KR ended up going out in 8th place. They'll pick up 1 point for placement. I don't know how many kills they got overall, but it could have been worse overall. Speaking of kills, GK looking to shut down VTR. I don't know if they're going to see UZM here. They're not, but they'll go for one with the DBS in hand. The spray down not landing as much as it probably could have. I say that, though, and IQQ does end up finding the down they were looking for. Really nice shots, even with the smoke cover there, and a nade lands onto Yusuf from distance. This is not looking good for V for Vendetta. They're in a 1 versus 3 with 1 player down, and they're having their teammates finished off as well. This is a situation where you just run for the hills and play for placement later on.
Yeah, I think their 4th teammate was in no man's land as well, so couldn't really help out with the fight, didn't really have the angle, and credit towards the car play was just able to jump out, literally jump them, and take some good eliminations here that Aegon, I feel like they really needed, but we'll see GK actually, their team fight is starting to fall apart here as Gaith, the only one really inside that zone, is putting down the long-range shots, trying to keep those teammates alive. Satan, it does look, is down, and Hope is down as well, so trying to finish out this final player. Just the long-range shots are good, but it looks like the teammates are there here to help him out.
There's only 1 smoke left over for Ragnar as well. They need to get that down if they want to pick up their teammate. Gaith is recoverable. Satan is not. Hope and Satan both falling. GK fall to 2 players. But will they be able to pick up Gaith? That's the real question. Ragnar will have to fall back into the zone. They still have that smoke remaining. The zone is no longer moving, but I don't know if Gaith's going to get out of there alive. Just narrowly they will, and they could be recovered, but you cannot retrieve your teammate while prone. You have to throw the smoke, and then crouch, and then try and pick your teammate up, and it seems like they're going to be able to just narrowly at that.
Yeah, Gaith's car was almost expiring there as well, and that's huge for GK. I mean, to pick up at least 2 players, to give them a fighting chance. We know how good, and we've seen how good they are in those 1v1 duels. We saw it at the end of the last game as well, that they can make something out of absolutely nothing. For A7, they've made something out of this game where I thought they were in a pretty rough position. They were able to rotate on through. A couple more fallen here as we're down to 5 teams.
Oh, VTR ends up dropping as well. Gaith finds the shot they were looking for. Ragnar, ironically enough, gets down in a similar fight with 1-4-1. And
Gaith is aware of their position, is like, yeah, I'll just pick up my teammate and sprint another direction. The problem is he's running into Crypto, and a nade from VTR ends up landing later. I thought VTR was finished off. Turns out they were, and it was Crypto's nade that ended up giving VTR the finishing blow. Really good credit towards VTR and now Aegon as they pick up some extra kill points, even while separated from one another. We're down to the final 4.
Yeah, Final 4 and Aegon are playing it really well. They're finding these isolated fights, these isolated players that they could take long-range shots towards, and they do have IQQ just kind of looking around with this car, seeing if there's not only anybody they can look for information-wise to give over to the teammates, but what a nade coming through. A7 are not done fighting as this trio. A really good nade. I don't think they'll be able to fully finish on it, but we'll see if maybe the V for Vendetta squad that solo can come up here and cause some damage.
No.
But he's
No,
just
he
dead.
doesn't even have health enough. He's going to die to the zone. He'll go out in 4th place. V for Vendetta, a little bit better here. 2 kill points and, I believe, 4 placement points. 6 overall. Could have been better, but overall could have been very much worse. As of right now, Alpha 7 has 2 members. From what I can see, Aegon has 3 members as well. Or sorry, Alpha 7 has 3, Aegon has 3, and 141 is down to just JD. Rhyme not intended. However, the shots, courtesy of Crypto, are very much. Nice opening drop, but can they convert that either A into a kill or B into more pressure to the rest of the team? Seems like it is the former.
Both teams really just putting out the pressure here. Taking down some really good shots as well. Aegon, they'll have the nades to chuck. 6 players remaining, and you got to be careful. IQQ definitely has that clutch factor in their genes here. We'll see what they could do. Kind of taking these high ground, low ground positions. It's the run on forward here. Beautifully played along that rock. Jumps out when they need to, and we'll be down to Alpha 7. 1 player for them, but they're trying to take some names on the other side, and somehow, some way, Senub is able to turn this into a 1v1. This is IQQ's chance here. The long-range shots from both players, but they are both going to be closed out of zone, and it is JD to fall. A7 win that with 1 player.
IQQ locks in and somehow comes back, not only in the previous fight with a shotgun from distance, but then turning their attention, realizing, wait, there's still another member alive. Of what team? Oh yeah, 141 taking a fight that we saw Alpha 7 take earlier. They turn around, Alpha 7 wins the game by the hair of their chinny chin chins, and it's a good thing it's No Shave November, because they would not have had any hair left at the end of that game if it was not. And Alpha 7 walks away with a very unsuspecting winner chicken dinner. A 3v3 turned what was a 1v2 and a 1v2v1 that the original one wins all 3 of them.
That's just surprising though. I mean, they had 1 player left versus 3 players and 1 player isolated on the other side, and they find a way to get it done. Yeah. Alpha 7, I feel like a fan favorite here today, and one of the teams you mentioned really seemed to be one of the higher tier teams, finally has their good game here.
Yeah, Alpha 7 finally stepping up in a big way and really showing that they deserve to be here. The kill totals could have been better overall, and the fact that 141 gets 2nd place, that's 6 placement points alongside the heck of a lot of kill points they had earlier on from 3 or 4 separate teams they took on. They're looking at probably 13, no, more than that, 16 points maybe at the end of the day, if not a little bit more overall. Gotta say, credit where credit is due. 141 step up in a big way. We'll see how much they stepped up when we come back from the break. It's our 4th and 5th map alongside our scoreboards through 3 when we return.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! Dhabi! Let's do this, Abu 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 Dhabi!
Alarm Garcia.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Miramar and Sandhawk to close at least our first half of this broadcast. And I gotta say, different winners in all three games and really different storylines for just about everybody other than R8, as they looked fairly consistent throughout.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit less consistent game there on that third map. I think fell a little bit earlier than they would have wanted to, but still have a pretty healthy amount of points for themselves. But let's hop into those highlights in case you forgot what happened before the break. I mean, it was 1-4-1, really taking names, taking fights all the way around, but GK doing the exact same. We saw clean team fight after clean team fight. They did end up falling a little bit later, but here again is the 1-4-1 highlights where they barely made it out alive there. Were able to res those two players.
I don't know how many kills Alpha 7 finished with, because I'm pretty sure Alpha 7, GK, and 1-4-1 accounted for probably a third of the lobby kills, if not a little bit more than that. They'd only need a total of like 21 to account for a third of the lobby kills, so I'm pretty sure it's more. Agonix looked okay here. I think the problem was they placed top 3 and yet found 7 total kills. A7 finished with 9 total kills. 1-4-1, I think, finished with either 10, 11, or 12. And we saw them really step up in a big way, but it was GK still looking good, albeit outside the same placement. 1-4-1 having much better early games than there was later games because of that early loss-ish, as we saw in a separate fight when there was an extra re-engagement. And more importantly, Alpha 7 came back when they needed to and picked up that winner chicken dinner.
I think that's important for them. I mean, like we talked about, they were a squad that we were both looking at, that the fans were looking at, that we're all hyped
Yeah.
about them doing pretty well, and didn't have the first and second game that they really wanted to. So good for them to kind of secure this third game winner chicken dinner, and the hope is that they can kind of skyrocket. We see this a lot, that the teams that win in game number 4 or game number 3, they're able to do really well on the back half. So hopefully they can continue and keep on going, and hopefully it's not just a one-time thing.
I'm also very curious. As of right now, what changes going into Miramar from Sandhawk? I think we'll get our scoreboard from Sandhawk and our overall scoreboard through 3 games in just a minute or two. But looking forward just for a minute, are we going to see something similar to Miramar where some early gunfights end up determining how it goes? There's no way we get that same high ground finish zone. It's just not going to happen. The statistical improbability is off the charts. But I really want to see something similar where it goes to a more difficult terrain to traverse and to rotate, because it means that teams have to position themselves well from the start, and those that do rotate early get very much rewarded.
It's very true. I like that finish because it's just like you said, it transitioned from those buildings toward that kind of mountainous range zone, which was really nice because it challenged teams, those teams that I'm not going to mention names, teams that were fighting out in the zone that maybe should not have been there, did not get their rotate in time. I'm not going to say any names.
I
I'm
will.
not gonna say
Come on,
names.
SPG.
Yeah. So we will get to take a look here at this scoreboard and see how it did pan out. Alpha, the first winner to not score above 20 points, will only get 19, and that's because there were a lot of teams taking a lot of eliminations below them.
31 total kills between the top 3 teams. That is 1 kill shy of half the lobby accounted for from 3/16 of it. That's the lowest common denominator for 3/16, by the way. I wish I could go lower. Aegon looked decent. They had a few more kills than I thought they did. They finished with 7. VTR in that top 5 as well. But honestly, look at how many kills those top 3 teams picked up. They left nothing for the rest of them. The fact that Aegon picked up 7 is a miracle. Somehow R8 picked up 6 and got 6 total points. They didn't even place in the top 8, and they still finished in the top 8. Kinda. You get the idea.
Yeah, they got enough points there. Let's take a look at the teams that maybe didn't perform as well.
Oh,
Aminz,
wow.
we thought they were in a good enough position, but they get absolutely only 1 point, and there's absolutely nothing here at the bottom of the leaderboard. You said it. All those top teams, they were soaking, eating up those points. FLUX, Clear Vision, Red Saints, Empire, and K21 all walk away with 0.
Imagine going back-to-back games, winning a game with 11 kills and 10 placement points, and getting 22 total points through 2 games, and then placing a flat 0. K21 in games 1 and 3 combined have 1 point. That is insane. R8 has stayed consistent, 6 points in that game. They go up to 37 overall. Alpha 7, that big step up, even without getting past that 20-point margin on a win, they go up to 32. GK's consistency, averaging 8 a game, or actually, no, I lied, averaging just over 10 a game, is up to 32. VTR up to 30 with their decent showing in game number 3. And Aegon with a decent showing in game number 3 as well, go up to 25. 1-4-1, if they win that game, They are currently sitting in 5th place alone by, what, 4 points? They'd have 28 because they'd have a kill plus 4 points. That would be a much different scenario, to say the very least, after a, we'll say, less than ideal first couple of games with SBG.
Yeah, less than ideal for the first start. I would also like to mention Alpha 7 and GK are actually tied on the overall score, but again, that tiebreaker that we're seeing, GK, yes, 27 eliminations, more than anybody else on this list. They only have 5 placement points, so maybe if they can work on that here on the back half on these final 2 games, they can get that tiebreaker, because especially at that 2 to 3 slot, it's not a battle for, who gets that grand final spot between 1 and 2, but that's some extra money you're losing out on.
I'm going to say it right now, if GK win a game, they probably place 1st place. Barring a miracle from Alpha R8 or VTR, I think GK win a game and they find the same amount of kills they've averaged through the first 3 games, which, by the way, is an insane number. They're looking at what? An average of just over 8 kills a game and averaging 7th, 6th place in terms of where they finish. They're looking pretty good, but they really need that standout game. Here's the bottom half of the overall scoreboard. Aminz needed to be better that game. SBG just has not had the placement points, and we went from game 2 where everybody finished with points to game 3 where 5 teams didn't.
Nobody.
And we could see exactly the impact of it here.
Yeah, the bottom of the scoreboard is just desolate. And like you said, you're trying to look for that 40, 45 point marker. You've only got 2 games left to do it, and we've only seen the winners score about 20 to 25 points. So you really need, you feel like, for one of these bottom teams, a win plus another really good game. For Aminz, I feel like they've been having the right idea. They've been getting themselves into good spots. They just haven't been able to execute, haven't been able to finish it. And actually, the Regicide is another big surprise that they're down in this bottom 8 as well.
They're a team that I think have the mechanical skill to be higher, but their decision making just has not been there. Over aggressing in positions they just don't have an advantage in, putting themselves out of position when they should be somewhere else. I think their rotations have been a little bit slower, similar to how SBG has been playing. If those 3 aspects of their game improve and they pick up a win here, this is a much different conversation, but a win is basically a requirement. They need to go back-to-back games placing top 5 or better with probably 7 or 8 kills or better, because we said it. 40 plus is a bare minimum to place in the top 5 right now. If not more than that, you're probably looking at 50, and they're currently at 8. So you're looking at back-to-back 20-point games, and they have 8 through 3.
Yeah, it's just not a good scenario to be in, and you have to force yourself to get yourself some points here. I mean, obviously, like we said, for some of those teams that are on the real bottom, if you don't do anything in this next game, it's over. It's pretty much already over for them, but we're giving them some positivity to hope they can move
Yeah.
forward and do something, and at least you can take the practice, at least you can do something in these final 2 games. But for me, like, I would really want to get some good games here to try and at least get yourself some Arena Esports points, even if you don't get that money.
All I'm saying is that K21 has 1 point outside of their other finishes, and they're still in the hunt for top 5. If they don't win that game, if that game goes similarly to how their other ones have, they're sitting at like 3 points right now instead of 22 and sitting in what, 5th, 6th, 7th place. I think it's 7th place right now. This is a much different conversation than the one of, oh yeah, K21 are in the hunt. This could be a similar situation for really any team, Regicide included, should that continue later on. I don't know if that's going to be the case here. We'll see as we head back into Miramar. They looked okay last time we saw Miramar, but the problem is they just got third party and they got caught off guard. Maybe positioning could be better. Maybe we'll say fight decision making could be better. I said it earlier, I'll say it again. They improved 2 or 3 aspects of their game, and this is a completely new team.
Yeah, I think that it really, really is a completely new team for Regicide. I think they're just like trying to play the same playstyle they played in the Invitational Qualifier, where they could just
Yeah.
bully everybody around. They could really play towards that team fighting, but especially in these monthly qualifier lobbies, everybody's playing safer. The team fights are cleaner, and those third parties, like you mentioned, are coming in quicker as well. So you really cannot play that style, and you have to switch something up, because we've said it time and time again. We said in the previous months, you have all these extra chances. Well, now you don't. You only have 1 month left. If you do not qualify here, that is your final chance to get to playoffs, other than last chance, of course.
Yeah, I don't know if this is looking all that good. You're looking at invitational qualifier, and a lot of the times you'll see teams go from the monthly qualifier to back to the open qualifier because invited teams are new. rather than recycled from previous, we'll say, what is it, like full cycle invitational qualifiers? I don't really know what we call them here, but you get the idea. You're not going to get that extra chance straight to the invitational qualifier. You need to go through opens, then you have to go through monthly qualifier, then you still have to make it through playoffs should you qualify, or through grand finals if you pull off the miracle of, oh yeah, we can't qualify from a monthly qualifier, but we can go back to first place in a different one.
And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see Regicide in the last chance qualifier because they have been playing in a lot of these. They have been earning a lot of points, I assume. So I assume they'll be one of the teams that plays in that last chance qualifier. But that is not something I would want to play in. That's way too high stakes for me. I would love to just go straight to playoffs and not have to worry about any of that drama.
Yeah, I'd like to avoid that extra gauntlet. You are already running a gauntlet having to go invitational or open qualifier, then to monthly qualifier, then to either playoffs or grand finals. At this point, you're looking at running through the original part of the gauntlet, getting shut down, then going LCQ, which is 32 teams, having to place top 16, then going playoffs, which is 32 teams, and having to place top 12, and then playing grand finals where you're playing for the real cash at the end of the day. I believe you said it $100,000 per title here in Arena on LAN. And that's a decent bit of cash just to go to a LAN and say, oh yeah, we can maybe place top 10 if we get lucky, but we may just show up similar to how FLUX has times to just place a flat 0 on the board twice.
Yeah, you can't do that. Cannot do that here, especially with only 2 games left to go. FLUX, they've had some fans as well, I feel like, and I feel like the fans are wanting a good game for them here in game number 4 and 5. I think it's just been early fights. I mean, maybe if they kind of stray away from that, they've been getting eliminated early. They haven't been taking any eliminations back, and I feel like maybe it's just landing too separated or just landing contested. There are, like you said before, millions, not millions, I'm over exaggerating, but lots and lots of those open POIs that you can land on. Speaking of those POIs, we're going to see where it's going for this game number 4.
We're headed straight across the center. This is the first time we will have most of the center of any map in full play compared to what we've seen in the last couple games where it's been favored more left or more south. Here, I'm questioning who goes Impala because you won't see too many teams favor the Chevy Impala. However, I'm also looking at teams trying to go north because we haven't seen that all that much recently. Very few teams decide to go north. We saw it in game number 1 where I think it was Clear Vision who decided to go northeast. Or game 2, sorry, with Miramar, where they went northeast. But nobody else really did. No. I'm looking back at it. It was V for Vendetta, and they're doing it again. Like to see the consistency.
Same landing spot here for them. We'll see what they can work off of it. V for Vendetta, I feel like a squad that we have talked about good things and bad things at times. They've had their really good games, but, you know, at some point they need to find some more improvement. Right now, sitting in 7th with 22 is not the most comfortable place to sit in, so you want a good game here to try and secure that top 5. Again, it's not top 8 like those qualifiers are, so got to get some points here in this game, and I think they are going to land relatively uncontested, so that should be at least a good sign for them.
The K20 Dalton's going to do something similar to what they did before. Alpha 7's going to go uncontested here, and I like this current scenario for a lot of the teams on the west side and towards that central part of the zone, but my 2 points of contention are around St. Martin and the south side of St. Martin. It's similar to, you know, Hacienda del Patron. And more importantly, around the far east coast of the map. We saw 2 or 3 teams drop there, including R8 and VTR. I'm questioning who went where, who went to the Chevrolet, again, Impala, terrible joke, wordplay, you get the idea, and who ends up surviving. This is Regicide, one of those teams that landed Impala. Doesn't seem like they have all that many teams around them, and by that I mean, I don't see a single one in their vicinity.
No. I don't see any nameplates. I think the nameplates are 500 meters, so definitely nobody in the area here. They'll be able to loot up for whatever they need, and like we said for Regicide, it's important for them to have a big game here. Another team that needs a big game is Aminz Esports. Again, they've been playing a lot for placement, really just kind of trying to pick up those small points as they go, but I feel like they just need to get aggressive. They showed us they have the aim, the grenades to match, so they can take a team fight here maybe early. That's where you talked about they're a little bit more isolated. Those third parties don't come in, but there is that more of a risk that, like you said, that RNG factor, you might not have as good of shields, you might not have as good as weaponry, but I think you have to take those fights anyways.
So where's some of this rotation is going to come through? As of what we can see, we haven't popped up the full map, but we will in the next couple of minutes, I'd presume. Given you're about 2,000 meters from the zone, from El Pozo, you're most likely looking at a central south zone, from what it looks like at least, if not more towards the east side. It seems like it is going to be more of an eastern favored zone. You could see mafiosos running in that general direction. I don't hate this position for a lot of these teams. One problem you're going to see, or a couple of them as of right now, Red Saints, they're far north. K21 is northwest. They're going to have a difficulty rotating. And GK, again, Picado to themselves. Somebody go buy this team a lottery ticket. What the heck is this? I wish I could have Picado to myself.
Yeah, they're just better. Like we said, their team play. They're a scary, scary squad. So maybe if you get GK on your lobby or something, you can just have them clear out it for you, and then nobody will land with you, and then you can have it for free. How about that?
Nothing's free. I wish it
Oh.
was. Speaking of free, I don't know about free as a conversation, but at least discounted. FLUX, they placed a flat 0 in game number 3. They already have at least 1 point in game number 4. They have found the opening kill, not team kill, just opening individual kill onto a member of Empire, who again does not have the greatest of starts. And we're seeing Aminz get into yet another early fight as well. It's with clear vision. Vito was the first death of the series here back in game number 1 of Erangel. Will they be the second death of Miramar the second time around?
That will be a question. I am kind of excited to see. You mentioned that question earlier. We talked about in Apex and some of these other battle royales that you have that landing locator at the start of each of these games. I'm wondering if these teams know where the others are going to land, and if there's those squads in the bottom 8, if they should just go fight another one of those bottom 8 squads off drop, because you know where they're going. You know they're probably going to be an easier team that's down in their luck, and both of you need the team fight, so why not just duke it out?
Might as well take the benefit of having an early gunfight. Surprising scenario here for Seneb. I was talking about Empire earlier on. They are close, even after losing that opening fight. Somehow getting out of that. Nade being prepped as well over towards this door frame. This nade will land if it's thrown off the door frame. Theirs is prepped earlier. Will it hit? No, it just barely whiffs. Ends up going off the close side and bounces off the corner. Problem starting to develop as reinforcements start to arrive. But the issue is Alpha 7 is here much faster than the remainder of Empire is and or will be. Decent nade doesn't do anything to write home about. And it's still the problem developing of, is there enough damage to hit for this Alpha 7 side? The answer, not as of right now, as yet another heal gets off. And a nade being prepped. Will this land around the door frame? Nope, not quickly enough.
Very close, though. I love those nades, and they do just run them down here. Alpha 7 have to be careful because those two long-range position players from Empire, but Empire, I think, are just going to leave here. They've got the cars prepped. It's going to be smoke, and it's going to be tough to get on out of this one, but smartly, they will at least survive with some players, and Alpha 7, after their victory in the previous game, are starting to pick up some really good eliminations, so credit towards them. Third party in the area, though.
Yeah, they are fairly cognizant of it. Aminz was taking a fight elsewhere with Revok. This is what we saw earlier alongside the Clear Vision squad with Vito and company. So Aminz's position is fairly well deduced by Alpha 7. The issue is, how are they going to deal with it, and how is Revok going to get out of here? Because if you look on your map, there's also a team closer to him on the corner of the road, and I don't know if he's aware of that, and that may very well be his undoing. Elsewhere, by the way, VFORVENDETTA, the team that went northeast, ends up falling to KR, at least Yusuf does. The team itself is still fully intact, but Yusuf, not so much, they'll die. And how does Revok see him? What? One-way smokes in PUBG Mobile? Didn't have that one.
Not 100% sure. I mean, maybe he had the angle prior to dropping the smoke, but what a beautiful set of shots. Unfortunately, they did lose a teammate here, dropped into that down but not out state. So Alpha 7 going to regroup, hit that resurrection here, it looks like, and Aminz taking a lot of pressure as well. We talked about it. This squad is one of the ones that needs a big game, or they are possibly out of the running heading into that 5th and final map. So not too much of distance for them to walk towards that next ring, but they are going to try and get healthy here because of all those nades and pelting shots coming through.
GK already losing Gaith. They were the 61st player to fall, or fell in 61st, I suppose. They were only like the 3rd or 4th player to die. But not the end of the world for GK. They're just going to pick up their cars and run for the hills. They don't need early kill points here. They understand that playing for later parts of the game is better than playing early stages. Weird observer bug, that's a first. By the way, while we have a few seconds, a massive shout out to our observer team, and a shout out to everybody who's making this possible, not only Arena Esports, powered by Etisalat by EN, but our strategic partner AD Gaming, our broadcast partner Playtonia, and all those in the background making sure these broadcasts are able to come to you courtesy of Playtonia. They make sure we can just talk about video games, but you have no idea what goes on the back end, especially with a PUBG Mobile type battle royale. Observing on phone is not the easiest thing, I could say from firsthand experience. They are the workhorses of our broadcast.
They definitely are. They make us look beautiful. They make the broadcast look beautiful, and could not have what we have here today without them. So if you see them around, make sure to give them a good shout. Right now, though, Aminz is getting shouted out by this ring. They're taking some early damage from it, and Clear Vision sitting on the other side. Two teams that, like we said, both really need a good game. They've got the cars prepped for escape if they do choose to go that way, but I feel like Light, this is a lot like slower game. 16 teams still live, nobody dropped yet. There's been those early fights, but no one full committing or fully getting eliminated.
No, we haven't seen teams put themselves out of position, and I like that. I'm a really big fan of how Miramar has gone thus far. However, as I say that, KR gets into a fight around here, I believe with V for Vendetta, and it seems like they are going to end up walking away with a victory, nice couple kills, and the first team wipe as well, and everybody stays alive. That's the most important part. KR Monster will pick up the opening kills in terms of a full team in this fourth game of play. And we understand they need a heck of a lot of points. Seems like they do as well with early aggression.
Yeah, they know they need the points, and I think that with V for Vendetta, being eliminated, they were the ones sitting in 7th, relatively unsafe at 22 points. So they are going to have to be watching from the sidelines here, as every single other team is going to be able to pick up points along the way here, and they are just going to have to sit and watch as everybody above them keeps on getting more and more points, keeps getting further and further ahead, and they're going to have to bank on this game 5 to try and come back.
My question as of right now is, how do these rotations start to go as stage 2 of the zone starts to close? It is closing as of right now. Again, we talked about it, a little bit more of a south zone compared to what we've seen otherwise. And at this point, it's going to be less on your topography in terms of elevation versus not so much, but more on how quickly you can get to the low ground, surprisingly enough. There's not a heck of a lot of high ground in the southeast side of the map, and if you can get that low ground, you can get basically the nooks and crannies of Miramar, how the desert in a very weird way works, then you're in a much better position. Or if you can find these buildings and set your cars up to escape should you need to do so. I like how Regicid's setting up right now.
Like how they are as well, able to grab some buildings, clear them out, grab all the loot, and make sure they are ready to go. Some nades, some smoke grenades, and some heals going to be built up as well. And I think, like you mentioned, there is a, I don't think you were here last month for the monthly finals, but there is a ring that pulled directly on a low ground building, and everybody on the outside high ground just fought each other, and the team that was sitting in the low ground building just literally won the game because everybody else murdered each other.
We've seen some weird engagements through these couple games. Another team has dropped while I was alt-tabbed looking up standings from a previous event. Did you see what team dropped in 15th?
No.
I know we had one drop early to KR. It seems like Aminz dropping here. That could be your 15th place team. Seems like the kill feed was just a little delayed. And no, they are still alive, but just barely. Aminz is down to one player.
One player, not sure who that 15th place team was, but hopefully for them, they can bounce it on back. Right now, FLUX, the squad that we said has got the fan favorite vote here today, playing against A7. A7 is going to be looking on from a lot of different angles as well, so tough for them. A7, though, actually able to trade one immediately. 1-for-1, it looks like, to start it off, but the one player is sitting down in that fire, going to be burning down a little bit. Catch is going to try and push on in with that shotgun, but doesn't get really any resolve out of it, so just really just having to bunker on down, playing with the teammates, now rotating on in. Catch has walked really far into the building, but has a teammate there to work with, and FLUX have kind of reset this fight.
And Alpha 7 losing that member makes this much more of a problem for them than it does for FLUX. If they can get out and honestly just stick around, they're in a much better scenario. But the fact you've lost 2 members already, you're only at 1 kill in this game, and you're contending for top 5, this becomes much more of a problem scenario. Pump shotgun out. Do they even hit a shot? First one misses, second one will not. The problem is the fact that you missed that first shot ends up spelling your death already. This fight in the zone is not one Alpha 7 will end up falling in. They will escape with just 1 member alive. I say that narrowly as that 1 member goes driving for the hills, but it seems like they'll get away. I say that as Senab is lucky to survive, but they will survive in the end.
Will survive, and that is really detrimental, though. Even though they get 1 player out for Alpha 7, the squad that was sitting in 2nd place before this game, you have to assume they're just really not going to be able to pick up any elimination points because that solo is going to try to survive as long as possible. But for FLUX, this is a huge momentum builder. You just literally took down 3 players from the squad that just took a winner chicken dinner. So you have to be feeling confident now. FLUX have a lot more work if they want to work themselves in the top 5, but that's a really good start.
Good start, but not a finish by any means. They are coming into this game with a total of, drum roll please, 3 points.
Oh.
3 points.
Oh.
I think some divine intervention from whatever deity you believe in would be required for them to make it any further. Sirius was downed earlier. They have since been retrieved. K21 playing that high ground fight with 141. This is, I believe, city center of Los Leones. Yeah, it is. You can see the cathedral in front of you. Odd position, certainly around construction for K21. They have R8 behind them, albeit a percentage of R8, but not the entirety of it. And VTR there as well. Let's see. Alpha 7's rotated in. 141's here. R8, VTR, and K21. And a partridge in a pear tree.
Literally everybody's here. Christmas around the corner, but is going to get the gift of winning this game. I'm really hoping K21 can have a good game to prove to us, because we've been very skeptical of this squad. You said it, that in their 2 games that they didn't take the dub, like 1 combined point between the 2 of them. So really just not being able to score some points. So we'll see if they can play this high ground position. It is good and bad at the same time. Everybody's looking at you, but it is some nice high ground.
Yeah, but SBG can see you as well. KR ends up getting Red Saints down. Very odd position for them. 141. I don't know how many players they're down to, but R8 is down to 2. This is 2 separate teams in the top 2 that are down to 3 total players. KR seems like they're gone. I think they just accidentally ran themselves over with a car. And they did. Oh my gosh, KR just got eliminated in 13th place by themselves.
It's
I think that'll
a
spell
way to go out.
how this has gone for them thus far today. It's a good
does.
summarization.
Yep, it really is. Unfortunate for them. Hate to see them go, and probably are going to assume that they are out of the running at this point, but we'll see what they can do in game number 5. Right now, K21 still, again, sitting on this high ground. It's an interesting position. They have a lot of people looking at them, but they have a lot of view as well, a lot of line of sight, that they can't get like too overwhelmed here. They have to really focus fire on 1 team at a time. They have to make sure that they aren't consuming all of their meds either, because I feel like Light, you're gonna need some of them as more and more teams rotate in.
Yeah, and you're in a position where you cannot get any more than you currently have. Clear Vision has now joined the conversation. K21 still here, Alpha 7 as well, albeit Alpha 7 is Senab, who is prone in the middle of a warehouse in the middle of Los Angeles. This more southern zone is benefiting them. Oh no, he's prone in the dumpster. Do you see that? He is in the dumpster, and he's going to get naded. Oh,
No,
he's going to get smoked.
no.
Is he going to get out alive? That's the question. His position noted. Skeleton aware of
It's a
it.
smoke.
But the problem is he smoked his opponent, so he's given his opponent a way out, albeit he's mollied him and put him down to 1 HP. Does Senab survive here? No. No, Senab is dead. That's unfortunate. Alpha 7, 2nd place team, gone outside the points with, I believe, 1 kill point. That is not good.
Not good at all. And I mean, we were talking about getting towards that 40-point marker. They're only going to be at 34 after this game, so it's a possibility that if they fall short in game number 5, they might not even be able to make it. K21 absolutely raining down the fire. Still got 200 plus bullets to work with as well. That is one thing as well K21 needs to be careful of. They have 1 player down but not out, and they need to be careful of those ammo reserves. Don't want to use them all and then not have anything left to use at the end of this game.
One thing I'm more curious about is how R8 decide to play this, and how they decide to flex between 3 or 4 different teams. FLUX, they're driving in, but again, multiple teams here in Los Llanos, all gatekeeping the north side. The benefit is there's a decent bit of the north zone available outside of the city center, but the issue still remains, all the teams that are currently in the city center are going to see you and try and dispatch of you as quickly as they can. 141 loses JD, but still will survive with a couple more players. Just, I believe, a member down inside a building, they'll be recovered, and it's back up to 3 or 4 as nearly full strength for 141.
Pretty close to full strength. I'm excited to see how 141 play this end zone. I mean, they've been quiet today through this 4th game, but definitely not quiet in the previous ones. Looking to secure themselves a good one. R8 talked about them that they were kind of contesting at the top of the leaderboard, had slowed down in the previous couple games, but still were picking up points. So that's exactly what they need to do here, is just survive. They only have 2 players. They need to get themselves in the top 8 for sure, but if they can maybe posture this position here. Lots of players already fighting, health bars going down, and this pool is actually relatively good for them.
Yeah, they're in a decent position considering the rotation that's required from 3 or 4 of the other teams. FLUX is the greatest guessers in the world. They have an entire compound, all of which is in the zone. They don't have to move an inch. They are going to sit there and go pot shooting at people who do have to rotate. I think there's another team off to our northeast who is in a similar position. That's Aegon IX, or I8 is in a decent position as well. VTR will have to rotate. Regis, I cannot pronounce their name to save my life. Regicide. There we go. Finally got it. My bad, Regicide. On me.
All good. I know, like we said, English is the hardest language, so we'll see as well. Also, I'm intrigued. K21, they go from the kings of the hill towards the people at the bottom of the hill because they are the furthest away from that rotation as well, with that other pink team sitting on the edge. So for K21, we'll see how they try to pressure on forward. Again, they lost that extra player, and look at this. R8 is actually going to get Prestige dropped down here from a longer range shot.
That's Regicide getting the down. I don't know if Skeleton's going to be able to pick them up either. This may very well be a 1vx scenario. And yeah, you can see the smoke down. This is a position. Pop an Adrenal Surge. I like this decision. You're going to be stimmed up for a little while. You can move as you please. The issue is, where do you move? Aegon is north. You're most likely looking at a terrible scenario if you go any further east because the angle held by FLUX. And SBG is still off your side as well. This is a problem starting to develop, but a really good position for 141. They're in a building that is just on the outside of the zone. They can gatekeep as much as they like.
Yeah, 141 as well.
And
There's a lot of open space between them and somebody else, but K21, they got no space to play with. They already have 2 members dusted. One in that down but not out state. They're going to have to drop some smokes here and try and put the pressure on forward. There's a good trade. Okay, Irate even to get it, but nope. Long range shot going to take him down, and Regicide and Co will be pushing into a building here.
Pushing in, you can see close range is R8. Look at the mini-map. They will escape safely because of this fight. Regicide and SBG, with SBG taking that other fight earlier, is a perfect position, and that's exactly what happens. Regicide doesn't even lose a member to go down. They will keep all 4 alive and keep this building, which is currently in the zone. 141 in a decent position to contend with this, but R8 has actually picked up their second member in the meantime. The issue is they are very much susceptible to the spray of Regicide, and I don't think they're going to survive here, but they do find a little ridge, and VTR is otherwise occupied. This is a decent position unless that nade lands, in which, yeah, not so much.
Doesn't land, but I will say Regicide are landing some shots in this game. They are up to 8 eliminations on the board. We were talking down on them that they have been this really good squad, but somehow inconsistent over the past couple months. Ooh. So they maybe took that personally here and want to try and make a late game run here with 2 games left to play. If they could take a win here, they could put themselves right back in that contention. And with this position as well, it's really nice, just like semi-high ground to pressure out towards those teams like RA, teams that are rotating in a little bit late. For Naki, we'll see what they can do if maybe they can get to the car for a little bit extra cover.
There you go. Took a little bit of a crouch jump / revolt, but it worked. Prestige ended up driving to and from the drop. They wanted to make sure they could regain some helmet and body armor, and then they drove back to their teammate, picked them up, and then
allowed themselves to get out safely. I like that decision from R8. The issue is they're between a rock, a hard place, and the entirety of the lobby. They're in the center of the zone. We're down to 5 teams, by the way. It's been a sneaky finish to the end of this game. Aegon will fall, it seems like, to the play zone entirely, if not just one member dropping at the end of the day. Clear Vision having some difficulty having any vision, they will fall just the same. And FLUX dispatched of will go down to 4 teams as it stands. But R8 is still alive and still kicking for the time being, as is, guess who? GEEKAY.
I mean, this is a battle for the top 5 here. I mean, 141 sitting right outside of the top 5 at the start of this game. GEEKAY, R8, we know we're sitting in the top 5 up there near the 1 and 3 marker, but R8 with only 2 players left here, they are going to lose Skeleton down to Prestige. The last player will have to try and survive, but for 141, the longer you can survive, the longer you can stay in this game is so huge for you because the squad of that Alpha 7 has already been eliminated. You know their spots up in the top 4. You just got to get these points here at the end game.
Talking about Regicide, they started this game with 8 total points. They have 8 kills alone in this 4th game of play, and they've locked in at least 5 placement points. R8 ended up going out in 4th, courtesy of a car bomb, or in this case, just an exploding car in front of him. Regicide at full strength, they're the only team as of right now for that to be the case. Actually, 141 has all 4 members as well, but they're a little bit more spread out, and GK's down to 3. So of the 3 remaining teams, all of them have about equal likelihoods of picking up this game, especially with GK still having the front of that compound in the zone.
Yeah, I think 141 is in the worst position here. They have the most open road to cover for themselves, and Regicide have that little bit of ridge, so we'll see how these 3 squads play. It could be absolutely huge to decide who is making it off into the playoffs, especially, like we said, for Regicide, the squad that I am watching very closely. If they could take, it'd be crazy for them to take every single elimination here, but they could get up to 16 eliminations and a 10-point first place finish if they take everybody else. I guess there's only 7 left, but I can do math, I promise, up to 15. So we'll see what they can do as long range shots, starting to come out.
Oh, the benefit. Look at the zone. It's pulled all the way towards the northeast where Regicide currently is. They have all the benefit. GK will have to move early. But the problem is, look towards the left side of your screen. In the minimap, 141 is pulling a long rotation on towards this high ground behind Regicide, and it doesn't seem like they're all that aware. Seems like, as of this point, if they don't figure out that flank is coming, they are going to be SOL. And I say that as soon as Janaza ends up falling while trying that flank. 4v3v3 with Regicide having the 4 and the positional advantage. The one deficit they'll face is that ridge in front of them is actually false hope because they cannot see over it without exposing themselves to 141 or to Satan, who finds a nice shot with the M4.
Really good shot there from Satan. We'll see how Regicide kind of handles this attack on 2 fronts. It looks like 141 just having to pressure both these other 2 teams. Satan is going to be in that down but not out state, it looks like, and possible full elimination. 141 wants to try and pick up all of those points possible, and actually getting Satan, was up and is just absolutely beaming here with that car for that extra little bit of cover. Regicide, they are happy about this when these other 2 teams are fighting, and they're able to take down one there with a nade. Hope is going to be dropped. It's going to be Ragnar dropped as well. GK in shambles here, only down to 1 player still standing up here. And Regicide, I feel like they're in the best spot still.
GK will go out in 3rd. 141 still has their 2 members currently under this high ground position, but I don't think they can pick up anything with it. They will find the finish, so still kill points available for 141, and they will continue to make that climb. Speaking of climb, they're also going back up this high ground, and they're in a 2v3. This is now more than reasonable for them to pick up, and the angle is there. The spray could be as well. That's a 2nd kill picked up. This comes down to a 2 versus 2, and close range, the UMP should have the benefit in terms of not only spray, but damage if they find headshots as well. The smoke's up. That's the obfuscation there, benefiting, as of right now, Regicide. They don't have the angle they're looking for. The spray around, it's a 1-for-1, but Rafai left alone. They're going to be flanked. They should be taken out here. The DBS misses the first time. It will not miss again. Sirius dispatched. Regicide, a dream game from 8 points to a minimum 20-point game, and they walk away with a winner-winner chicken dinner here in our penultimate map.
They're able to get it done. They play the ridgeline perfectly as both other 2 teams kind of fight each other to get towards them. Was a scary scenario there as it was turned into a 2v2, but like you said, just a perfect game for Regicide, exactly what the doctor ordered. They're going to be living large on the scoreboard, and with a lot of those top teams dropping out early, one more good game from them here in game number 5, and they could do it.
It's close for Regicide. It's also going to be close for not only 141, but GK as well, considering how decent their game was. They had a fair amount of kill points. They finished off the frags they were looking for. 141 did not have the cleanest of finishes they were hoping for. It could have been a win at the end of the day, but no shotguns close range ended up being their downfall. This is a really good fourth game. Basically, anybody could have picked it up, but it ended up being Regicide who had the zone pull towards them, and they had the high ground. Basically, 2 death sentences for GK, especially having to cross that valley with 141 already there. Good game overall. I'm happy going into Erangel, seeing we have probably 7 or 8 teams, if not more, that could contend for this top 5 scenario.
A lot of teams that are going to try and contend for it. I will say for GK, they did exactly what we asked of them as well. They didn't drop out super early. They got top 3. You would have loved to take that winner chicken dinner, but at the same time, that is a lot of really good points for yourself. That is a lot of those placement points that we said are going to be important for those tiebreakers, but you mentioned there are going to be a lot of teams in the running. I'm excited to see how this final game goes, but for the Regicide, I'm a little bit scared, Light, that they have this banger of a game, and then they go into game number 5, drop like something or nothing, and they get so close, but yet so far again.
Yeah, I'm really paying attention to how Regicide play in game 4. If they start to exude confidence and start to maybe get over aggressive like we saw back on Sandhawk, it could come back to bite them. There's a very fine line between confidence and arrogance. I think Regicide has been towing that, and they were on the correct side of it here in game number 4. If that comes back to bite them, that could be the difference between, you're close on qualifying and actually doing so, because they should be up to somewhere around 30 points at this stage. If not more than that, we'll see as our scoreboards start to tick forward, as the people in the background start to crunch the numbers and put in the stats.
As they get to work to make those stats, it's going to be exciting because, like you said, there are a lot of teams in that running, but at the same time, you're playing for that money. You don't only want that
Yeah.
fifth, you want to get higher and higher. I mean, and especially if you don't get top 5, you're getting those Arena Esports points, which are nice, but you would like some cash. Let's take a look at some highlights, though, of our 4th map of Miramar and see how it did go down, because really some early fighting led to some early dropping of some teams, but a really good final zone, I gotta say.
And considering the, we'll say, not great start for R8, that was the dream finish. Finish in 4th place, have a few kills that you could write home about. That was okay for them. Not the greatest of scenarios, but they find a few placement points, and they're still in 1st place, albeit not by nearly as much as they were. The benefit was Alpha 7 dropped early and didn't do a whole heck of a lot, so that did help, and they actually took out Alpha 7 themselves. But this final fight is really what I wanted to pay attention to. I was talking about close range having a UMP being beneficial. If you have a shotgun, it wins that just about every day of the week. There's one down with the senior shotgun, and he'll swing again afterwards. It's just so much better, the DBS, and you can see exactly why. They'll fall. Overall, really good game, important finish, and good situational awareness for Regicide, playing the high ground and then rotating when required.
Yeah, and huge, like you mentioned, they were able to check their side. If they don't check their side there, 141 just walks up, goes behind them, and takes that position directly from them. So really good recognition from them, and I'm hoping they have a good game number 5. But for some of these other teams, like you said, for R8 specifically, if 4th place with a couple of eliminations is their worst game on the day, they will take that all day long. They had that win. They've had some really good performances, and I think they're probably a lock for playoffs, if not grand finals, if they have a good game 5.
GK nearly mathematically are in. It's just a question of how so. We were talking about their lack of placement points. Believe it or not, they picked up the exact same amount of placement points in game number 4 that they had in game numbers 1 through 3 collectively. So we've solved their placement point problem. They're up to 10 total placement points overall. We'll get, again, the exact numbers down the line. I don't know how many kills they had. I think it was somewhere around like 6 or 7. Again, numbers down the line. The fact is, they're staying consistent. They're averaging 10 plus points a game, if not more than that. They've, as of right now, averaged like 10.5, 10.75. The exact numbers beyond me. But they've looked good. And alongside that, they have been in the hunt for 1st place in terms of fragging ability, but this is the first time they've really been in that hunt for a winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, they've dropped out way too early. I think that's what we mentioned. 27 eliminations, I believe, before this game, averaging 9 a game. They were getting a little bit feisty, so good to slow it down for them, and really good for them to show they can play both those styles, that they aren't just a one-trick pony. We talked about some of these teams playing more aggressive in those invitationals. I think they were one of those teams as well that kind of got skill checked a little bit early, that said, okay, let's slow it down. We need to make sure we can play for those placement points too, because you're going into playoffs, you're going into grand finals, you're not going to get those elimination points or those fights as easy.
So my question moving into this later stage of Aaron Gall is what teams realize their scenario and what teams realize that they're out. Because there are some teams, FLUX I think included in that, they had a decent game here. They had a couple kills. They I think got a couple placement points, but they really didn't do anything special. They came into this with 3 points. They needed divine intervention to walk away with even a shot at qualifying after Aaron Gall, much less before Aaron Gall. That's not going to happen. I just don't think it's a mathematical possibility. They'd have to finish with like 24 kills. They'd need 3 teams to finish with less than 3 total points. It's not going to happen. So what are those teams going to do? Are they going to play spoiler? Are they going to say, oh, well, we don't have anything to do with this series anymore. Let's go screw over other people. Should be fun. I'm excited for Erangel. These are always my favorite maps, the last ones, because you see the real yin and yang between playstyles.
You do. You get to see some of those crazy teams going after others, but at the same time, we do mention the practice. This is one of those high-tier lobbies that you're rarely going to find. Some of those invitational, maybe qualifier teams that made it towards this point, you're not going to find that same level of play by just doing scrims or just playing regular mode. So we'll have to see how it goes. Here is the scoreboard from our game number 4. Regicide with a 23-point game, 13 of those eliminations, but teams like 141, GEEKAY needing those, but teams like Aegon and R8 as well, 2 teams that were kind of hovering around that top 5, R8 especially hovering around that top 1 position, just adding towards their totals.
So if I've done my math properly, Regicide should be at 31. GEEKAY will go up to in the 40s. R8 is, I don't think, any longer in first place. And if they are, it's by 1 or 2 points. Aegon is close, if not very near. And 141 may have just taken that top or near top spot. They went to like 37, 38, 39. We'll see that when we get the overall scoreboard. Alpha 7, nightmare game for them. They were in second place. They'll be lucky if they're still in the top 5 after this one. And they're alongside VTR, who was in a similar position in that top 4 position. Here's your top 5 as it stands. Somehow, Alpha 7 and VTR are still in the top 5. That is a miracle.
I don't know. That's crazy. They drop absolutely nothing, but I guess the teams below them just couldn't climb up to them close enough. But man, look at the scoreboard differentiation here between first and 7th. It's only 11 points here. Regicide definitely within striking distance, but I'd be scared if I was one of these teams in 2 to 5 right now. Like, this is not a safe position to be in.
This is a scenario where if any of the top 3 teams win the game, they will most likely take first place and go straight to grand finals. If anybody 4th through 7th wins plus a decent bit of kills and the 3 teams above them don't do all that well, they could end up walking away with first place. There are 7 teams right now that have a very good chance at walking away with this series. VFORVENDETTA, I think they have a chance at qualifying. I do not think they have a chance at placing top 1. It's just not going to happen. VFORVENDETTA would most likely need a win. When we switch the scoreboard to the bottom 8, I think you're going to see a 9th place team with a shot at making top 5 as well. But after that, I think it's more of a nightmare scenario of 7 teams not with all that much of a shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because only that top 5 qualify. It's not that top 8 where like VFORVENDETTA would be relatively safe right now. They are definitely not. Need probably a 20-point game to secure this one. K21, Aminz doesn't have really a chance anymore. So yeah, that 9th place team, like you said, K21, but K21 has been so inconsistent that I just don't have faith they're making it.
Yeah, this is becoming a problem for some of these teams. K21, you know, I love being right. I've said it a couple times. It happens very not so often. K21 is the only other team that has a shot at making top 5. Aminz, KR, FLUX would all need a win plus probably 15 kills, bare minimum, if they're going to walk away with a top 5 finish. And that's assuming that teams above them don't do well. The only scenario in which those 3 teams I just mentioned do indeed qualify is if teams below them also place in that top 5 scenario, and the teams above them end up finishing towards the bottom side. It would be a very weird finish where the scoreboard basically flips for a single map and benefits 2 or 3 teams.
I just don't think it's going to happen, though. I mean, those top teams have shown time and time again they are the consistent teams for a reason. And you need not only one of those teams to mess up, you need like 3 or 4 of them to drop out as like 0 point entries through the first part of the game, which you could do. You could go contest one of them, but I just don't think it's going to happen. And a lot of those top teams have been looking really good on their contests. There's a reason the bottom teams are at the bottom is because they've been
Yeah.
taking early contests and losing them.
Yeah, 141 has been the one team that I've really been watching as the return to form. Currently occupying third, looking much better overall. Their first two games were not ideal, I think is the way we'll write that off. Taking two separate fights with SBG, off zone, out of position, not the greatest of scenarios, and dying to the zone while in the middle of the fight with SBG, and to the zone after killing SBG. I think they had a total of, 5 points through two games, and then they pick up almost 19 or 18 in game 3. In that game, they picked up just about as much, maybe 12 or 13. They looked so good in back-to-back games. That's what we needed from some of the lower tier teams if they wanted to have a shot to qualify here, or if they wanted to have a shot that didn't require some level of divine intervention. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And it's that changeable playstyle. I think that we mentioned if you aren't fighting, if you aren't dying out in the ring early, then you can actually make those plays later in the game. You're able to take those fights and take those points. So excited for them here in game number 5. I think it's really exciting here, especially for this game number 5, because like we said, there's a lot of teams that
Yeah.
are not confirmed. Even that top spot, that usually they have a 10-point or 7 or 8-point buffer. They have a 1-point buffer that all the money, all the placement, that grand final spot is all on the line.
Well, our 5th game up and on the cards. We were talking about the bookend of things. It was a nice little even sandwich. We had Erangel on the outside, we had Miramar as the first layer on either side, and Sandhawk as the dead center meat. I think Sandhawk the meat, Miramar the cheese, and Erangel the bread. Very nice little, maybe ham and cheese sandwich. I think it's Thanksgiving season, so turkey and cheese sandwich would be more than reasonable to assume here on a Friday. But it's a really nice map pool and a nice sequence of them. Erangel, favorite map to watch for multiple reasons. My favorite is how the pinches can come through. I was talking about the bridge camping back about the military base in map number 1. Turns out it was Georgia Pole that was the bridge camping from 4 different teams from Georgia Pole Apartments. Very weird, but fun. And you can see how exhilarating it becomes for some of those teams when you play the water and an exploded boat to your advantage.
It's crazy. The send your teammate over to swim and do nothing just to give them a little hug. That was a
Diplomatic
lot of fun
relations,
for sure.
I think it was.
Yes, yes. Peaceful relations, making sure you can have that. But they did end up just killing the solo right right after
Yeah.
30 seconds later. But nonetheless, it is going to be very exciting because those placement points are going to be absolutely massive. I think for this game specifically, a lot of teams are going to play a little bit more safer than they were in those previous games, because if you take that fight, if you lose, if you die early here, your fate is in all the other team's hands.
So the scenario going into our 5th and final game is, if I'm reading my scoreboards correctly, as of right now, this is the overall scoreboard and how things stand. If R8, GK, or 141 win and do a decent bit of killing, they will most likely place first and go straight to the grand finals. If any of the following teams do decently well without a couple others doing well at the same time, they will qualify. Those teams include R8, GK, 141, Alpha 7, VTR, Aegon, XI8, and the Regicide. They all have a decent shot. The outside chances, as of right now, are V for Vendetta and K21. They would require a very good showing and teams above them not to have the greatest of finishes, to understate the obvious. And there are 3 teams that require small amounts of divine intervention and lottery winning miracles to come through. I think if push comes to shove, I'll bring it up when it's required. But for the time being, I'm not even going to say it because I may Caster's Curse it, and I'm hoping to reverse Caster's Curse it and make it a fun last game.
Would be a fun last game if one of them is able to get it done. And, for those bottom teams, I'm just expecting them to send it. If I was in their position, we talk about the practice. It's good to get used to these lobbies. Just send it. I mean, there's a chance you'll win all those fights. You start to build up maybe 16 to 20 eliminations, and somehow, some way you get it done. But you have to go fast. I mean, you cannot wait. You have to be absolutely decisive, and you have to make those quick decisions, which some of those bottom squads, that's like we said, it's why they are in there at the bottom, is because they've been a little bit slower on their fights. They've been taking more time, which is nice, like we said, to not lose members, but at the same time, you got to be quick. Look at GK. They just get in there and get it done.
It is a game of speed for some of these squads, and some of them have played the very fast game much slower than would be originally entailed. Like GK, kinda. They're playing aggressive in some instances, but they're not overzealous in any of their levels of aggression. We're having a similar plane just a little bit further east and headed northeast compared to our first map. We will start dead center of Sosnovka. I expect one, maybe two teams dropping here, and one of them going maybe over towards Novo. I don't think Georgia Pole, nor Hospital, nor Ruins will be as favored. Pachinki, School, Rozhok still very much in the conversation. And with this zone, Yasnaya Polyana, Lipovka, and Milta Power become much more important opening zones as well. I see 4 separate teams, 5 separate teams dropping towards the military base. As of right now, they include V for Vendetta, Clear Vision, KR, FF, and I think that's Agex? Yeah,
Sure.
maybe.
There's a lot of teams. A lot of teams. Why didn't everybody just drop military
Aegon.
base? We could have a 16-team military base start. That'd be fun. You can't leave military base until you win the game.
Honestly, that seems like so much more fun. You play a giant death match on Millie base.
Yes.
The only problem is you'd have to keep dropping there until the zone pulled there, which is like 1 out of
Yeah.
every 10 games max.
That's true. Or we just like code it in so that like only military base starts in the zone and it just slowly closes into military base further and further. I like
I wouldn't
that.
hate that. I think
Be
there's
a
a
lot of
to-do
fun.
list in my coding background.
Yes. There's a lot of stuff for us to get done. You need to talk to your contacts as well. Maybe you can get that for the upcoming game 5 here for Arena Esports.
Now, the one time that we'd do that, like nobody would drop military base and it would become a bridge camping
true.
nightmare. And I'd be like, yeah, it's my bad.
My bad.
I was talking about Lipovka. Here's Alpha 7 and Red Saints. This is a massive fight for Alpha 7. And this is a team that means absolutely nothing for Red Saints. I hate to beat around the bush or hate to beat a dead horse here, but they are out of this one. It would require a 30-kill game plus a win if they wanted to qualify it. It's just not going to happen. Nice nade will find it down and a finish. And Alpha 7, this is what they needed to do. Go hunt a team that hasn't done great and pick up some free kill points because Lipovka seems to be entirely theirs, -1.
Yes. There's a playoff in the distance, but other than that, they will take that easy early fight, and points they definitely needed, like you said, because they did not have a good last game. They were falling a little bit behind, and now they're chasing down this final player. It looks like maybe looking for the run over. Oh yeah, saw the shoulder and the gun there peeking out behind the cement. So nice stuff there. They will fully eliminate that squad. We say goodbye to them for the day, and we say hello to 4 points on the board for A7.
Believe it or not, A7 has already doubled their previous total of game number 4. That shows you how, we'll say, not great game 4 was for them. 141 seems to have very pure to themselves. I think another team went up towards Corey, but that's about it. You can see them off in the distance on the right side of your screen when we turn that way again. Correction, when JD turns that way again. But as of right now, 2 teams already falling. I don't know who the other team was because we were focused primarily elsewhere towards Lipovka. This is an odd scenario, I think, for multiple players, but for more teams, you're looking at 2 full teams gone, plus 2 players as well.
Yeah, a lot of players dropping early here, and I didn't catch who that second team was as well. I was too focused on A7, absolutely decimating cleanly a fight, but they do that. They pull that attention, and like you said, they're already doubling up their points from the previous game. Feels very good. We're the squad of 141, hoping for a good game for them. You talked about their return to form. It looks like they're getting better and better every single game, but at the same time, you have to be so careful. FLUX is just running people over. This is what I like to see from a team that doesn't really have a chance in the final game. They are just out here having fun, hopping out of windows, running everybody over.
I mean, I said FLUX don't have the greatest of chances, but they're already at 16 points with that team kill. So they're in a much better scenario than they would be otherwise. SBG and Empire are 2 teams that I don't think have all that much of a shot. Both of them currently fighting one another. Interesting scenario, as they want to make sure, hey, if I can't win, you can't either. El Bozo, I suppose. But 13 teams now remaining. I want to know who that 15th team was. I wish we had a look at the map right now because there's one team that we're missing. And Empire actually came into this game with only 3 members. And SBG is currently sitting with 1 member as well. This is a very odd fight. I cannot understate that nearly enough because look at the low HP. The spray is there, as is the shot. 1 shot to Victor's head, but the previous down had been retrieved, so it's still Gully in a 1 versus 1 because his teammate was healing and should be picking up his other teammate. The nade almost lands but goes short. He doesn't know that they're rezzing inside and behind the smoke rather than in front of it as he presumed.
As we'll go through, though, that is huge on both sides, actually. Empire Esports going to reset back up to those 3 players.
Oh,
the
no.
side angle is going to take down Gully, so back and forth the tables turn here between these two, fighting once and once again. Empire will get 1 more down here, but can they finish off this fight here relatively quickly? They have a low HP on one of the members, and Yoon's going to try and run it in as well. There you go. I believe that will be the finish, but they took some damage.
Everybody survived at the end of the day. You can put a down teammate in a car in PUBG Mobile? What? That is so convenient. Write that down. Write that down. I did not know that was a thing. Well, Empire take down SBG. We're dispatching of a couple teams that had no shot and still do not. Now, this becomes a problem for a couple different reasons, for a couple different teams. I was talking about teams needing outside help to get into that top 5. The more teams in the bottom 7 that go down early, the less likely it is for those bottom-sided teams to upset the teams that need help, or upset for the teams that need help. For instance, FLUX. This is very weird of a game, to say the very least. I also am trying to do a head count. FLUX is alive, Aegon's alive, KR, I think, is gone, and Sosnovka is very much occupied.
Yes.
I want to know who that team was.
A7, maybe just, I don't know, nuke somebody else? Who knows?
Wait, no,
Figure
we
it out.
started the game with 15 teams.
Oh. Do we?
Yeah, I just
Maybe
looked back.
the
We
team
started the
didn't show
game.
up?
Yeah, they were probably already out, and they were like, "Yeah, we don't feel like it." We
Oh.
started the game with 15 teams and 59 players. Empire started with only 3. That's what I knew that, but
Oh.
we actually only started with 15. That's
Interesting.
weird. So we've only lost 3 teams technically, even though we're in the top 12. So, unfortunately, that makes things more difficult for the teams that need help because they needed kill points, not free points.
Yeah. And it doesn't change the placement points, really. Like, it's one
no.
more team that, like, isn't really vying for it, so it's a little bit tougher. And like you said, those teams still looking for those outside help. FLUX is literally just driving everywhere, trying to find fights. This is what we wanted from them. I mean, it's a dangerous strategy, but it's really the only strategy I can think they have right now.
Wait a second. As of right now, military base is in the zone. I just want to point that out. This could be a bridge camp meta, and Aegon is aware of it. They are currently sitting bridge-ish plus compound 1, and they have some help from distance. I like this scenario. I don't know if you're able to cross this safely. Spray down, should be a kill, is. 1 already dispatched of, nice opener. And you're seeing a rotation, looking for more, can't find it there, nor onto the follow-up, but it's still a great start and a problem for FLUX. And a second catch gone.
We'll take some more damage from the 2 remaining into the car there. IQQ able to do the long range damage there. The spray I don't think takes anybody else down, but they did the damage already. 2 players of FLUX down and out. Aegon realizing the campy meta here and really starting to zone off a part of that military base. Lovely stuff for them. The 2 eliminations will go into their back pocket. Now they can grab that loot. Unfortunately, that does make it a little bit suspicious. If you go onto the bridge and you see a death box, you might be a little bit suspicious there's a player camping.
I think that was from their teammate, so that's a benefit at least. Weird position. GEEKAY is down to 1 player, I believe. They're currently in a fight with Alpha 7, and a title fight as well. This is a top 5 battle. Alpha 7, at the beginning of this, was just narrowly in the top 5. And as of right now, is in a much better scenario. Albeit, they've lost 1 player, they've taken damage onto 2 others. GEEKAY's down to 2. They have fully lost 2 as well.
but luckily Gaith was retrieved just narrowly. Actually, I say that, Gaith just dies. Satan is alone with 12 teams remaining and would need most likely a win to put themselves in first place. It does seem like 5th place is not a shoo-in, but likely. They still need a decent bit of help for it.
Gonna need a little bit of help. See what FLUX can do here. They were not too happy about this squad of upon camping on the bridge. They are back with their 2 players, looking to maybe take a team fight, but at this point, like we said, for FLUX, they are already probably out. There's 12 teams left. They already have those 4 eliminations, but it probably will not be enough, and you're not getting those 2 teammates back. So, I mean, I kind of like this play. It's a grudge play for them camping on this bridge, and even if you take down one, that does cripple this team for the later stages of the game.
And a brief reminder in terms of those standings, you have to keep in mind Aegon is still in the hunt, albeit it's close, but 32 points on the board for Aegon at the start of this, and they're looking for more onto FLUX. They've already picked up 2 more, and the shot, there it goes. They're up to 36 points now. As of right now, Aegon is just a couple points away from GEEKAY, should GEEKAY not pick up any kill points. But I don't know what they're currently at. Empire, by the way, is stealing a few away. They're at 4 with that previous kill. And there's R8, I say, as he drops MZ from Empire.
Empire will get a player lost here, and they're pretty far out as well, so probably not resable. And R8, another one of those squads that are battling out for the top position, have been holding first place all day long, but that gap has slowly been lessening and lessening. Only a 1-point gap after that game number 4, so we'll see how they do decide to approach this. They don't get the run over dangerous there. They hop out of the window, get the shots hit, and take another player down of Empire. So lovely stuff, good teamwork, and another elimination point for a squad that needs it.
Right in the lead now by 3 total points rather than the 1 that started. GEEKAY has 41 points to start off this game, looking for more, but Satan is alone. If Satan dies here, a top 5 is not a guarantee, and the zone is closing, albeit very narrowly. It's still close to Rozhawk, but this swing forward, Skeleton does not find him on the close side of that tree, but it looks like he wants to nade it. He'll take a decent bit of damage from the nade, and Satan's actually going to reposition, but the reposition of the nade doesn't land. No, just narrowly it will not. And the spray down will miss just the same. I don't know if Satan will survive here, though. A re-engagement of the nade. He finds a second down. He may actually find a finish off of that one. The problem is he's being swarmed from every angle. Satan down to very low HP. He'll fall. GEEKAY will go pointless for the first time today.
A team that we had talked to be the most consistent so far to this match is falling out with 0. Absolutely crazy. And we talked about it. Problems could arise here where they have a majority of their stock of points in those elimination points. That if there's a team that is heavy on the placement points that ties them, they could be looking at possibly not making that top 5, which is a crazy thing to say because, again, they've been averaging so many.
Any team below them is either dead even with them in terms of placement points, that being Regicide, or has more than them. The only outlier in that conversation is Aegon, who has 8 placement points compared to GEEKAY's 10. So if Aegon does tie that, unless they tie it while placing outside the top 8, it is more than likely that Aegon would win the tiebreaker than GEEKAY. And GEEKAY is no longer that shoo-in, oh, they're going to place with 10 points again, they'll get up to 50, they'll be fine. That's not the case. 40 is still very susceptible, or 41, as they currently are, is very much susceptible to teams on the outside, or teams overtaking them fully, like 141, who's just a couple points off of it, or Regicide, who's a little bit more.
Regicide a little bit more off on the point total, but they're on a hot streak here, kind of working their way on. Right now, 141. This is a big fight, I feel like, between these 2 squads, and there's another squad in the area coming over that ridge behind them. So for both these 2 teams, this is a fight you need to win, and you need to do it relatively quick because, like we said, you're going to want to make the rotate. I haven't seen where this next stage 3 pool has gone, but if it goes to military base, the teams that are going there and getting there first are going to have such a big advantage over those that rotate late.
I do think it went a little bit further north. As of right now, I think we're around, like, Skarney's side. I don't know how far north we are right now. position currently undetermined, but we're around multiple people. V for Vendetta, Alpha 7's around here, 141 and Regicide. 3 of the 4 teams I just mentioned are very much in the hunt for the top 5, if not first place. 3 of them are in the top hunt for first place as well. Regicide still need a win here if they want first place. I don't think they get it with anything less. 141 would probably need top 3 or 2, plus a decent bit of kills. R8 are the favorites by a long shot, and they have members alive. Problem for Regicide, they're down to 3 already.
And drop some smoke on the windows, it looks like, to help conceal their location a little bit more. But like you said, this fight is very hard to get out of, it feels like. But at the same time, it's not one you want to take with that player disadvantage. I just think 141 is going to try and clean this up very quickly, try to get those extra points towards their belts, and just keep on going. But like we said, so big for both these teams right now. If Regicide could find a way to get out of this fight, I feel like you should just leave.
Janaza, they get the first aid off. Rafai does get down by yet another nade, so the utility barrage from Regicide has worked fairly well. Janaza needs to avoid yet another. Surprisingly, they don't use a full medkit, they'll only use a first aid, and here comes R8. This is on 2 separate teams they're in direct contention with, and Regicide needs to sort something out, or 141 needs to do so, unless they want to risk getting third party. Decent nade, nothing lethal onto Senior, but it does land onto Roshan, and keep an eye on R8. 4 members all surrounding this compound, while a different fight goes on with V for Vendetta and Alpha 7, also with playoff and or grand finals implications for Alpha 7.
Lots of implications on the line here. Regicide gonna trade that res for a res here of 141, so nobody actually falling just yet. Then that Regicide player that had already fell before the fight had started. 3 teams now in the area. Such a big fight, like you said, in terms of all of the points on that board. And R8, they've already got 3 eliminations. They might just want to leave as well, but all 3 of these teams, they are dead locked on taking this fight.
I love this. R8 isn't going to over-aggress, but what they're going to do is they're going to set up a very slight flank on one player and not put all their eggs in one basket, and an extra nade coming in elsewhere ends up finding a down onto a member of, I believe, 141. And in the meantime, they're shooting at V for Vendetta in a fight where they, being V for Vendetta, are trying to take on Alpha 7. Here's SK trying to walk in. UMP out is not going to clear their corner. Somebody's behind him. He has no idea. Nade pulled. He'll fall. This is a problem starting to develop. R8 over-aggressive. First time today, they finally get overzealous, and it's going to come back to bite them. Spray from Janaza. Doesn't find the immediate kill, but will end up finding the finish. R8 are dispatched of. They're done for. First place no longer a guarantee for them either. And 141 are in the hunt, and it seems like they're going to find it. Nice damage. Almost a down and a kill.
See if Regicide can reset here. That's the most important thing. They need to get to it, and they will. They'll get a trade there somehow, some way. They just keep going. Res on both sides, I believe, will come through. 141 still wanting to take this fight, and still the possible positive player scenario if they're able to get this res off. They didn't get any of those eliminations from the previous fight. It was all Regicide all day long. Regicide running downstairs, doing some damage, and getting down to half HP. They'll jump back up to that second floor, but they are taking a little bit low here. Both squads are starting to run out of those meds, though.
Aggressive play here with shotguns in hand on both sides. Senior, theirs looking a little bit more stylish, but they'll take damage to yet another nade. This one, again, finds a down. That's Vassal's second time being down, so they will have their health bar deplete much quicker than it has been in prior engagements. Nice angle from Roshan. Does damage and actually finds it down in return. And again, you'll see that 141 trade with 141. The odd scenario still is, can they find the resurrection? You better believe they can. And I brought up R8 being done for. Prestige is still alive, but they're the last member alive for that team. As a Molotov lands, that'll kill 2 people. That's from Agon. From distance. Where'd they come from?
2 players down there. Regicide need to either hit a reset or run for the hills here. 141 in a lot of trouble, as well as these third parties we talked about. Everybody hearing this commotion is starting to head over and wants to get themselves involved. Aegon, a squad that could definitely use some eliminations, or start to open it up there with some of those shotgun shots. The self-nade is going to be a little bit dangerous, as they do have 2 players now down. 7 eliminations already for Aegon, as some nades exploding all around, left, right, and center. Everybody trying to collapse on this fight.
And in a little while, nobody's actually fully died. It's just been a lot of DBNOs at this point. Again, you'll see 2 land onto Aegon as they try to resurrect their teammates once more. This is a massive fight for all 3 of these teams. Not only top 5 implications, but a couple of these having reasonable shots at making first place. Swing forward with a UMP. That's 2 separate finishes for JD. This is a massive start to this fight for 141, as there's just 7 teams remaining. We're now in the conversation of placement points as well, and the swing is unsuccessful. It's the DBS of Janaza from distance to shut that aggression down, and the overzealous nature of Aegon has come back to bite them. 141 has held strong, but so too has Regency above them to hold down their angles as well.
I will say JD has 0 bullets to work with, by the way, so hopefully he's going to be able to find some ammo for that shotgun. We'll be able to, but yeah, 141, and credit to JD, who is, I feel like we've been talking about them all day long. They've been having the angles, they've been having the aim to match, and for Regicide, such a good game already.
Regicide loses 1 player, make it a second. Rafael will find a down onto Roshan. This should just be 1 player left alive, and this now should be the time to hold W if you are 141. Surprisingly not finding immediate kills, at least not from what I can see. But they're looking for it if they can. And a reminder, Aegon has not lost all of their members either, nor too has R8. Another nade thrown forward. That one, again, lethal damage on the senior. Here comes the absolute onslaught. Shotgun point blank, and 141, 8 kills in this 5th game of play. They are in the hunt for first place, and as of right now, they're the favorites with loot from 3 separate teams, if not a 4th, considering they didn't finish them directly. But there's a return nade. Somehow, Clear Vision is still in this conversation.
Clear Vision wants to try to learn the lessons that 141 has been teaching all of these squads, and they didn't lose a single player. They fought off multiple teams. They got 8 eliminations, and they're still sitting 4 players strong. They have to loot up to get some of those meds, but they're sitting in that top kind of stairwell position that is very strong that Regicide was able to sit in so long because you don't want to run up those stairs. You don't want to give them those free peeks, but at the same time, you are a little bit susceptible to nades. Rafe is now down to the bottom floor with their teammate. Going to be hoping they're going to be seeing here the head going to be seen as well on the other side. The shotgun shots trade on out. Rafa trying to just win this battle, try to win this 1v1. The storm is starting to close, and they won't win it, but their teammate is there to clean it up.
And it's more than good enough. A reminder, coming into this game, 141 started at 39 points. In a deadlock 3rd place within 3 of both R8 and GK. GK was stuck at 41, and R8 has only picked up a couple kills and is stuck with Prestige alone with 4 teams remaining. As of right now, 141 has not only 11 kills, but more than enough placement points, 4+. That, as of right now, nets them 15 minimum, and R8 is gone. As of right now, it is a mathematical impossibility for 141 to lose first place.
Talked about them getting into form over the series of games throughout the day. They definitely look like it, and they would love to end their day with a winner-winner chicken dinner to end it all, but VTR and Vendetta, both 2 squads that have been quietly getting themselves into the top 3 here. Quietly, specifically for VTR, who has 0 eliminations to work with, but these are 2 squads that are fighting for it, especially with GK dropping out with 0 points. This is a wide open door for them, but maybe 141. Just wait for this 3rd party. This game could already be over.
It's a conversation of who can pick up the placement points alongside the kills. If 141 win anything at all, they will net first place, and they may very well end up shutting out V for Vendetta. But if V for Vendetta, with some of the kills they've already picked up, can pick up a couple more kill points on top of it, they have an arguable shot to not only pass VTR, but maybe pass a couple other teams elsewhere, depending on how placement and kill point totals stand at the end of the day. This is still wide open for the top 5 conversation, especially, as you said, with GK falling earlier.
Wide open here, doors open, but will the teams be able to crack it? I'm excited for this final zone. 11 players remaining as well as exciting. I think Vendetta is the only one that is actually missing a player, so it'll be an exciting one. No real actual natural cover as well, so you see players just using those cars, trying to clear out the bushes here, but taking some extra damage as well. Vendetta actually going to get another drop towards the ground here, and that trees just don't provide enough cover. Those side angles will take Vendetta down, but VTR is also losing players. Everybody's dropping everybody.
Yeah, it's because 141 has been playing these off angles. Here comes the re-engagement. 141 has been taking this game by storm. We saw them back in game number 3. Not a victory, but certainly one worth mentioning. And here comes the re-engagement from Sirius. They will miss the bodies. They will not end up finding the finish originally. They will still look for it with the M4. The spray down, they end up finding the finish as well. There goes the very valiant effort from V for Vendetta, but it's down to a 1 versus 3 on the last member of VTR here for the winner chicken dinner. A nade being prepped, the information is there. That may very well do it on the series. Nully's a distance. I say that last member, they actually have 2 teammates from a distance still alive. This is still open for for VTR, sorry, but still not all that likely, and yeah, it won't be. Still the down, and still the kills coming through here for 141. They've taken this series by storm. They will take first place by a distance. They'll not only win game 5, a winner chicken dinner on the cards, but they will book their ticket to the LAN Grand Finals in February.
This is why we say you got to work on those back 3 games. The first 2 games, you said it, 5 points combined for this squad, but at the end of the day, they stand tall and strong. They play together as a team, and somehow you give them credit for the persistence of that onslaught of teams, team after team, third party after third party, that they just cleaned up easily.
141 was in 12th place after game 2. They were behind KR, SBG, Red Saints, Aminz, Agod, Alpha 7, V for Vendetta, GEEKAY, K21, VTR, R8 as well. But they dispatched of just about every team in the lobby in this last game. I don't know what the exact kill total was, but I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 15, if not 16. If V for Vendetta did that, they may have had a shot at picking up first place. But no, 141 was like, yeah, thank you very much, first place, crap ton of kills, probably a 27, 28 point game. If it wasn't already a shoo-in for them, that was a unicorn performance, unintended with their logo.
It was absolutely beautiful. It was nice to end off the day, and for some of these other teams, I'm excited to see how this final scoreboard goes, because VTR was right around the area. I don't think Vendetta did enough, but you give them still credit that they were very close. They're going to get a nice little top performance as well to possibly end out the day, so we'll see how it does go for all those teams, but I think GEEKAY might not make it in the top 5. I'm not sure.
I think GEEKAY do. And I think it's going to be just so close. I don't think Aegon did enough to make it, and Alpha 7 didn't do enough to even send GEEKAY below them.
Right.
They should be okay. If any team is currently susceptible, it's actually Alpha 7. 141 looked okay. R8 did enough to make it negligible. I think they placed top 4. 141 obviously won things. We're not going to talk about them. They've won it. It's not even close. Consider your victor already. But if Aegon did enough to place probably 38, 39 points or better, maybe Alpha 7 didn't. VTR did well enough. They will qualify. It's just a question of which place and will they place above GEEKAY. But I think GEEKAY probably is 3rd, maybe even 4th place locked in here. I don't know if Alpha 7 does.
Yeah, I'm really scared for them because they didn't have the greatest game. They kind of fell off towards the end, and that same kind of thing happened for R8, that they were kind of the opposite of 141. They started really hot, they had good consistent games, but that was the most important thing for them, is even in their bad games, they looked pretty okay. They got a player out, they got them to these placement points, and that's the most important thing, especially when you're going to those playoffs and later games. You're going to be losing some random players from some random angles. You better find those ways to still find a way to make some points.
There's been so many upset fights in this game. You feel bad for GEEKAY. GEEKAY took 2 separate fights with 2 of the top 4 teams in the lobby, and honestly just lost both of them. They took a fight with R8 early, or no, with Alpha 7 early, and then R8 late, and they ended up being ousted by R8 to send it home. Here are highlights for Aaron Gall. There were a heck of a lot of them. Alpha 7, honestly, I discounted that first fight. That gave them 38 points alone. Keep an eye on your little kill feed at the top left corner of the screen towards these highlights. Figure out where they placed at the end, because those first 4 kills were a massive part of this. They may even place top 5.
Possibility. I think they were very, very close to it, but we'll have to see. The bridge camp, you talked about it as we thought we were pulling towards the military base, and the final kind of seeing we got there. we'll see R8 as well. I think it was just an okay game for R8. Like we said, they dropped a couple players here and there. They had one player that survived and made it out. But a lot of teams, I feel like we're going to start to get to the highlights around this house because we sat at this house for like 10 minutes.
Honestly, I'd be okay with running this entire sequence back. No cuts, no breaks, nothing. Everybody walked in. Everybody had a very arguable shot at winning a lot of these fights. If Aegon gets a couple kills here, I think they have a much better scenario. I think they probably play second if they don't already win things and drop 1-4-1. But the resiliency of 1-4-1 against, I think it was 6 separate opponents at different junctures of the game. R8, clear vision, Regicide above them. They had to sustain 3 separate teams all at the same time. It was insane. And this closing sequence was just the final nail in the coffin. Really good showing overall for 1-4-1. And at the end of the day, they very much earned not only the victory here, but their extremely good showing to close out this series back in game number 3. All in all, highlights across the board, except for like maps 1 and 2. We just pretend those didn't happen for them.
Yeah, we'll pretend those never happened. I would also like to say, I looked in the top left corner at the end of the game. They had 18 eliminations.
What?
18 eliminations.
Actually, I didn't
They had
guess
16 before the final 2. They had 16 before they took out those final 2. That is nuts.
As a 28-point game, they will finish with 57. No, 67.
Yeah.
My God.
That sounds about right.
That is insane.
We were looking for teams to hit that 70-point marker, and man, that's the way you do it after dropping 5 points in the first 2 games and then dropping 28 points in your last game. Come on.
I honestly just think they were eating dinner. Their thumbs were otherwise busy. They may have like ordered in Chinese or something like that. Great showing, 28 points. Look at the rest of the teams. VTR picked up 8. That will put them at 42. That's 1 above GK. Aegon picked up 8 as well. That'll put them at 40. That's 1 below GK. Don't even have to talk about V for Vendetta. They're out of the top 5. Alpha 7 picked up 7. They will tie GK. This is K. I don't even care about the bottom 8. Let's move on. Nobody cares.
I mean, credit to FLUX. You got to give them and Empire some credit here for at least picking up some eliminations and trying their best here. For K21, it's another kind of less than meaningful game. And the important thing, like we said, GK eliminated there with 1 point.
Yeah, honestly, FLUX's early game led me to think they would have a lot more. If they don't die to the bridge camp of Agonics, this is a much different scenario. But unfortunately, not the case. Overall scoreboard time. This is the real impactful part. 1-4-1 are indeed the champions. But the question is, who are the remaining 4 teams that go to playoffs? GK, Alpha 7, VTR, and R8 are my guesses. Aegon, I think, will be 1 point short of the tiebreaker with Alpha 7 and GK. And Regicide just was not close enough. I think those are your final standings. It'll be just that. 1 point's the difference.
1 point is all the difference. Aegon will narrowly miss out on playoffs, and specifically for GK, we were talking about this problem for them. That tiebreaker does come into fruition here right at the end. VTR get that 3rd place spot instead of that 4th place, earning themselves a little bit more money because they had more placement points. So what GK strategy had kind of comes to bite them in the butt.
Yeah, the glass half full, if you're a GK fan here, is it is only a cash sum that is the difference there. Right. Both of them still qualify. There is no point benefit for qualifying at a higher seed to the playoffs. 1-4-1 win by, get this, 18 points. That is a massive margin. That is a 12-kill 2nd place finish or an 8-kill 1st place finish. That is a massive difference. And it's entirely based off kills, by the way. All 18 of those kills in the last game were the difference. R8 finished with maybe 4, but the placement points were dead even between those 2 teams. It was just 1-4-1 having the better eliminations overall. Really good showing from them. R8 had very good consistency, average of quite literally 9.8 kills or points per game overall. VTR were there. GK, their consistency paid off by literally 1 point. If they lost that point, it would have been the difference, and they would have dropped to 5th in the tiebreaker. And if they lost 2, Granted, they would have won the tiebreaker against Aegon, but it would have been close. I was talking about Aegon actually having the benefit there. They didn't. They would have had to place 6th or higher.
Yeah, it was very close, though. I mean, right up until the end of it. Regicide, you give credit, and Vendetta, both of them, we saw them there near the end of that game number 5, earning some points. Regicide started from nothing, and it's another kind of sad day for them where, like we've said before, they start slow, they get heated up, they have these fantastic games, and then they're just so close. So hopefully they can go to that final month, maybe go through an open qualifier and find their way into that monthly qualifier. But I specifically think for R8, going into playoffs, they shouldn't be scared for the consistency they showed today.
You know how scary 1-4-1 was through the final 3 games? Them and Regicide were 1 point away from each other at the end of game 2. 1-4-1 was at 5, Regicide was at 4. After that, 1-4-1 picked up 62 points in 3 games. And Regicide picked up like 31. Which is still insane. But you double the team that you were 1 away from in 3 games.
That's crazy.
Don't want to beat a dead horse here, but that is very, very good. Or beat a dead unicorn. I did it again.
Love to hear it. We'll take a look at our bottom 8 here real quick. Is K21. They had 1 good game. Unfortunately, the rest of them weren't the greatest. Clear Vision, FLUX, Aminz gonna round out the 12, and then KR, SBG, Red Saints, and Empire will end as those bottom 4. K21, like we said, still had that 1 good game, but it seemed like all these bottom teams were fighting early and couldn't really find their footing.
K21 between games, I think it was 1, 3, 4, and 5, had 2 kills and 1 placement point. That is statistically improbable, where 21 of your 24 points come in 1 game. And if they did another one of those, they would have qualified. If they won another game similar to how they did in game 2, would have qualified. By, albeit 1, maybe 2 points, would have been a tiebreaker, but still. So close yet so far. Should have been, would have been, could have been, was not in the end. First place, and to the winner, their spoils, 141 will walk away with $500 in US dollars and in cash.
Nice little change there for them to recover. Let's take a look at our roadmap, though, because we are currently at the end of Monthly Finals Quarter 3, and that is going to send some teams over to the playoffs, like we said, and our team that just won of 1-4-1 over to the Grand Finals. But we got 1 final month for these players to earn a spot in those last chance qualifiers, the playoffs, and the Grand Finals as well. So in that Invitational and Open qualifier, you got to make sure you are working hard.
Yeah, there's still some time remaining, but albeit not a whole lot. You have an invitational qualifier where you need to place top 8, an open qualifier where you need to place top 8, and then the monthly finals where you need to place top 5 minimum. That's either to go to playoffs for 2 through 5, as you can see on the graphic, or to go straight to the grand finals in first place. All of these teams still have a shot, but we've been saying that for a couple of these teams for 3 months now. And those shots are running out. You have 1 shot left with invitational or open qualifiers, and the last chance is going to be your, you guessed it, last chance qualifier. It's ever so aptly named. I love it.
Named as perfectly as it is. That is your last chance to qualify, and it'll be exciting. I think that one will be the most high stakes with the teams trying out new strategies and stuff, but playoffs will be exciting, and of course those grand finals in person are going to be the most exciting in the world. Of course, Arena Esports doesn't just have PUBG Mobile. Make sure you're hitting the subscribe, follow button, whatever you're watching on, to catch all of the other esports. I think they have 5 in total, so there's a lot of other exciting action going on as well.
Yeah, still some CS2 action to come as well. It's the only other title I work for, Arena Esports. I have an absolute blast. I know you and I hang out there. You do other games that I don't understand. More credit to you, my friend, and Seymour and EDU. You guys are absolute brainiacs, and I am a massive fan of it. A massive thank you once more to those who are able to help us put this on. And it is Thanksgiving here in North America, so you might as well give thanks to those who gave us the help we needed. Not only Arena Esports, powered by Etisalat by EN, but AD Gaming, our strategic partner, and Platonia, our broadcast partner, allowing us to bring all of these broadcasts to you, from invitational and open qualifiers to monthly qualifiers, and last chance and playoffs down the line. That's going to do it here for our monthly qualifiers. 1 down the line is all that remains for these teams to send themselves to the playoffs or the grand finals, and then comes the last chance qualifier. Very slim pickings
for the remaining spots here in the Arena Esports series. We'll see you when the next one comes around.
Right? Right? Right now, man, active. Gone with the game like a bandit. Me bring the flame like a matches. Bless me now, without the slackness. Active style and pattern, that's on my deck. Active. 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 One live life massive. Talking up and off the brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bumper clad mash pit. When we step out, those face get active. 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 Now, Clark's on the east side, bad bitch on each side. Big splits, chillin' on the beach side. Run things where you feel like. Cake big, have a carve out of peace side. Freestyle now, millions each line. Too cool when I need ice in my beverage. Test this bigger, please find the exit. Right now, man, active. Gone with the game like a bandit. Me bring the flame like a mattress. Bless me now, without the slackness. Active style and pattern, that's on my deck. Active. 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 One live like massive. Talking with an average brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bumper clad mash pit. When we step out, all this get active. 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 Active.
Everything you want, but you can't have. Number one regret, no takebacks. The hole in your chest, that's payback. Payback, yeah, you better take that. You could call me selfish, you critical, I could take the blame. Just like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't want that. This might hurt, but that's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. That's just karma. Go and play the part, play the victim. Throw a pity party with your demons. Blaming everybody and you're screaming, screaming. But I'm the one bleeding. You're the one that's selfish and critical, you could take the blame. Just like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't warn you, this might hurt. That's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. That's just